What is up, everybody? Back to the transparency. Gonna make it very transparent. So come on in, let's talk about it. Woo! You know what's amazing about the truth? When you have it on your side, it's just when you that bitch and you just, dude, I don't fuck around. It is what it is. Um, this is what's going on in the world. Let's go. The order allowing Zoom observation for default hearing. Okay, I want everybody to see this. What was said here in court. First of all, we're going to make sure everybody knows what happened here in court. I do everything on the up and up. Call, make this shit. Fucking the Moors can't get in. They wanted me to be having it. They were going to watch it through everything that I had, like the rest of Idaho was doing. So let's go like this. Absolutely ridiculous. So come on in, come back. I'll tell you who's afraid. If you guys heard how that played out, I'm going to give you guys the play-by-play. Here's the play-by-play. All of a sudden you hear, Judge Jensen, Judge, can we take a recess? Can we take a recess? That person who asked for the recess was Dana Bowes, Bowes, the lawyer for the Moors. Now, Dana has asked me numerous times for help with her case. She's emailed me. She's text messaged me. She wanted me to provide the PowerPoint presentation in this case. She knows that I know the whole entire case. Okay. Yeah. So Dana Bowes asks for the judge there, you saw, can there be a recess? Can there be a recess? And then Bowes and Jennifer Drake's attorneys. Okay, Jennifer Drake didn't do anything. This is not Jennifer Drake. Jennifer Drake is not suppressing what she believes is the truth. Okay? Here is, so I said, where's the decorum order? You know, in actual like good states that actually have like procedures and policies and that they follow them, protocol. Where's the decorum order? We have, this is, do you see that word that says order right there? Okay. So Dana Bowes goes to, and it'll come out, and it'll come out. And what's going to come out when I say it'll come out is Dana Bowes has my channel on literally, she's probably got somebody that's a member, but I know for a fact she definitely has alerts on, and that she definitely watches my community page like a hawk every single day. She takes screenshots of it, so much so that she takes screenshots and then sends it to her clients. She takes screenshots of it and sends it to other people, other media people. I don't think any of that's professional, but at the end of the day, it was Dana Bowes that asked for that recess right there. And then you heard what Judge Jensen said. It has just been brought to my attention. Well, it doesn't take a genius to put, I mean, when you want to talk about evidence or connecting dots, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that, oh, Dana asked for the recess. Dana approached the judge, and Dana said something to the judge, because the judge then says, it's just been brought to my attention that this is being live streamed publicly. It's a public proceeding. Do you guys know that every time that the Glare, Melanie Little, everybody that is out here covering cases, they get the Zoom link and they use the Zoom and they provide it out here to all of you people, to the public, right? So here, this is no different, right? This is no different. We have now the parties. The parties stipulated. Stipulated means that both sides agree. Okay. Stipulate to the fact of, here it is, order allowing Zoom observation, right, for default hearing. You guys see that? Having considered the foregoing stipulation and good cause therefrom, it is hereby ordered that interested persons and family friends of the parties will be allowed to observe the default hearing proceeding on January 29, 2025 at 9 a.m. in the matter via Zoom. Where in here does it say, it says, here's online, here's the meeting, here's the password, here's the date again that she signed it. Susie Jensen. Please tell me where it says that in this order that we are not allowed to live stream this proceeding. Where does it say that it would be against, where's the decorum order? There is no decorum order. How about that? So where is it that the judge then says, well, seeing that somebody is live streaming against what? What am I going against? This is the order. It doesn't say you can't live stream. In fact, I call up to I tell them who I am. I'm communicating with the Moors. The Moors can't get on their own hearing. Okay. Because they were planning on just watching through my channel. That was their plan. They couldn't get on and watch until it was live, like all of you people right here. I have no idea if the Moors are on. I have no idea what's going on. But I will tell you that the person that wanted to bring attention to this and to say that it was against who knows what, and Judge Jensen said that you had to get permission from the courts to live stream. No, I didn't. Where does it say that I had to get permission from the courts? You put out a Zoom meeting ID and password. This is from the fucking docket. This is from the docket. I put it out publicly. And I wasn't the only one to put it out publicly. I was just able to get in, okay? And I didn't lie on how I got in. I told the truth. This is the Moore, my little thing that I typed in. It's Dan and Karen Moore's live feed. That's what it said. Or it maybe said Dan and Karen Moore's feed. You know what I mean? Because that's exactly what it was for. Regardless, let's even just say that I said that my name was T. It doesn't matter. Or my name was B, F, G. Okay? It was really supposed to say T and T, but when I went ahead and pressed enter before I got the T and the N and other T down, it got T, so I just left it. That's the truth. That's how I just got T, because it was going to say T and T, to be like quick with it. William, you know what? 6 people have said that I think you have a lawsuit. I think you might be right. Anyways, so this is the order. This is the order. And in this, there is no, this is not going to, this hearing was going to take a long time. This hearing was going to be all the way the whole day, because I said, okay, then I'll just have the hearing myself because I have all the documents. So here we go. Now, you see how this says the order allowing Zoom? The order allowing Zoom? Well, then I said, you know what? I want the freaking stipulation to allow Zoom. Okay? And this is the stipulation. Stipulation to allow Zoom. Again, tell me where it says no live stream. Plaintiffs and defendants, by and through their respective attorneys of record, hereby stipulate that Interested persons and family and friends of the parties may observe the default hearing pursuant in the proceedings on this matter. It's everything it says that it is, okay? So check this out. All of you guys that have been watching my channel are definitely interested parties. You're interested people. I took up one spot in there, which to me made it seem like, well, that means other people can watch. You know what I'm saying? So this is what it was stipulated to. Do you guys see any Idaho code in this motherfucker? Do you see any Idaho code in here? Dana signed it. Peter Erblin signed it. Does it say, I mean, what? This is what y'all stipulated to. And then it was an order. And so Judge Jensen orders it up and she said, here you go. Here's the meeting ID. Here's the passcode. Well, Dana Bose didn't like how I went ahead and got online because I want to know who's calling the shots to allow the different people to come in and come out. I'll let this person in. I let that person out. I let the, come in, oh, it's full or oh, this or oh, that, right? Who was making those decisions? Okay. I took all the screenshots that I needed to. I was recording on this end. I have like 5 different devices that I usually have going. I had obviously, and the stream I didn't get struck or anything like that. I took the stream down. I preserved it the way that I like to preserve my material. And I believe that so here, Dana Bose is supposed to be in a can you imagine Alan Jackson? Can you imagine anybody that would be a good attorney worth a fucking damn dime that would know that a YouTube channel is live streaming and that they need to stop the proceeding, knowing that their clients are watching and knowing that you've tried to get, I was your researcher for this case. Can you imagine Alan Jackson stopping a fucking proceeding due to somebody? When I say somebody, well, she's her source, right? It's been brought to the court's attention that this is being live streamed. That's what Dana Bose was. That's what was mattered to her at that moment in time when she's supposed to be listening to the testimony of frickin' Van Leuven. She's watching my YouTube channel. What the fuck? The Moors are paying you to do this? True Crime Junkie says, I wish you would really tell us how you feel. I know, isn't that great? Think about this. I got the Moors calling me. Can you help us? Yeah, I'll take care of it. Yes, I'll help you. Of course I'd help them. Why wouldn't I help them? All of you people have wanted to help them. So Dana is supposed to be listening intently, like to Van Leuven, who Dr. Moore reaches out to me and he says, hey, can you please come up with cross-examination questions because they don't know anything. Can you please help? Please. I said, I have no idea how damages cases go, Dr. Moore. I've never been a part of something like that. I don't know what's going on. I gave you everything to win this case. Like, I gave it to your attorneys. I put it out here on my public channel, hoping that, you know, since you want to watch me so much, Dana, that you would learn something along the way. So I had Zoom, like I said, Zoom meetings, StreamYard meetings with the other attorney to give them, like, I mean, all this stuff. There's just, so I said, okay, I'll put something together. But normally the way that this works, you know, Dr. Moore, is unless I heard the testimony, I can't help you unless I hear the testimony on direct examination. And then from direct examination, I'm able to sit there and listen to what this man is about to testify to. And then from that, I will be able to like take notes, type of questions, and then be shooting off emails or text messages while this is live and helping. If there's no law against that. There's no law against helping people. You don't have to be a lawyer to help a lawyer. Okay? And that's what Dana Bose thinks. Okay? Dana Bose thinks that like basically, who the fuck am I? Well, who the fuck are you? You graduated from the University of Idaho Law School, and look at what it's producing. Ashley Jennings and you. Okay? Woo! I can oral argue the case. We have proof right here. They admit to having a list, okay, of letting who they're going to let in and who they're not. We have proof of it. We have the admins writing us and saying, again, so sorry, but there is not enough room for everyone who wants to watch on this Zoom platform. I was providing that to them. I was providing, hey, if I go live and stream this, you're not going to have any problems because you only have so many spots, right? You seriously have a bunch of people that wanted to get in and they weren't, and it was full. So how are you picking and choosing who you're letting in and who you're not letting in versus first come, first serve, like a line, okay? So think about Delphi. We had to get our asses out there and stand in a fucking line in the freezing cold to get into that courtroom. Did mainstream media have to do that? No, they got passes and badges, got to go have nice warm breakfast, got to go do God knows what on God knows whose desk table, and got to walk right in there at 8:45 for a 9 o'clock fucking proceeding. Then amazing people in Delphi started coming out of the woodwork saying, hey, let's all do shifts and take spots so that the people that are going to be in there all damn day taking notes, like breaking our hands, so that they don't have to be up all night. I paid for my my sitters, my line sitters. The going rate was $50 to $100 an hour. Just so y'all are clear and know that. Now, I don't think that Lawyer Lee or Andrea, I think people donated their time for that, which is seriously amazing. So here in this proof, because we were taking screenshots of everything that was happening. So much for Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32, records of the Judicial Department, examination and copying, exemption from and limitations on disclosure. Again, so sorry, but there is not enough room for everyone who wants to watch on this Zoom platform. I was given instructions. This is the proof that we have on. I was given instructions on who to let in by the parties, and that filled the limitations for Zoom. Boom. You were given instructions based on the parties on who to let in. Then I get in because I call and I say, hey, the Moors are trying to get in. They cannot get in, and they want to watch and be present at the proceeding. You guys heard the conversation. I disclosed who I was. My name is Lana. Who are you? Who am I talking to? Here's my name. What's your name? You know, we learned this in second grade. Hey, nice to meet you. How are you? Okay, the Moors want to watch this. They're 67 and almost 70 years old. I'm sorry that they don't know how Zoom works, motherfuckers, okay? They've had issues before with that shit. All right, would your grandparents know how that shit works? So then I am in streaming this so that the Moors can watch the party of the case. Then all of a sudden it gets brought to the attention of in the middle of court, when Dana is supposed to be sitting there to listen to what Van Leuven is saying so she could take her notes so that she knows what to ask on cross-examination. During Van Leuven's testimony, she's searching she's on my YouTube channel. She's literally on my YouTube channel. Just 30 minutes ago. and then asks the courts for a recess. This is Dr. Moore's $200,000 attorney for 6 months of work. What work? There was no work. What did Dana and Matt do in this case for 200 G's? Before that, I don't know, they spent something like $450,000. That's $650,000. I probably even think it's more than that. Then, so Dana asks for this recess for a sidebar so that she could tell Judge Jensen, hey, Judge Jensen, there is somebody that is live streaming on the internet the court proceeding for my clients to watch. Did you leave that part out? I know that we stipulated that we were putting out the Zoom link, but we didn't stipulate to what? What didn't they stipulate to? Y'all stipulated. It's a public fucking courthouse. You guys are allowed, we're allowed to watch via Zoom. Where does it say that, hey, if you plan on live streaming this, you have to come and get permission? Where's that at? Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that in here? This is what Dana Bose right here and Peter Erblin wrote up. The stipulation to allow Zoom. So it's when you put in a motion together, both sides, because the families have people all over the country. Okay. Stipulation to allow Zoom observation during default hearing. Wow. So what do I get to do, Lana? Wait, we get to watch it through you. Yay, we do. Like, yay. And you know what the best part about this is Dana knew, because I had a link up since yesterday or the day before. She knew I was live streaming it for her clients so that they could watch. The Moores have on numerous occasions taken my links to stuff that I've done and have sent this to them and said, here, Lana just did a 13-minute video. It's all right here. This is what we want. This is the Columbia Bank footage that we want to use and show how Eldora Gatchel lied about when she left and what vehicle she left in. This is how we want to do this. This is how we want to do this. Why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? Why aren't you interviewing and deposing people? Why aren't you showing up to depositions that the other side's having? How do you just blow off depositions? Isn't that effective assistance of counsel? Well, fuck yeah, it is. So we, the people, you guys, you know, who are the Moores to anybody? They could be, I look at them as they could be any one of like our parents, our grandparents, our friends, you know, whatever. But if there's ever more deserving people out there that like would like our help, or, you know, that I would want to give help to, these are those type of people that are deserving of it. Okay. If Dr. Moore knew that he was guilty, the last person that you would ever want investigating your case is someone like me, because I'm going to find it. I'm going to find it. Right? Like, and I found stuff, not to showing that Dan Moore is guilty or Dan Moore did this or Dan Moore did that. No, it was, I found stuff that you would be using in a courtroom to completely destroy the state's case. There is no case against Dr. Moore. And see, I don't give a fuck about, I don't try to be your friend, and I'm just like, here, I'll be your workhorse. I'm going to provide you with all this work, right? But you need to tell me, hey, this is what we're looking for, or this is what I'm trying to find, or this is what tell me what you need to win, and I'll find it, or I'll tell you that it doesn't exist. When you can't even say what you need in a case, that probably tells me that you don't know much about the case, right? So I said, Dana, let me play devil's advocate with you. Let's say that you were Jennifer Drake's attorney. How are you going to prove that when you were on the phone with your husband at 7:26 that he was shot and killed? How are you going to prove that? If you were her attorney, how would you prove that at 7:26 Brian Drake was shot? Well, not like killed, maybe he died a little bit later, but that he was shot at 7:26. How are you going to go about that if you're her attorney? Well, she called 911. Okay, when she called 911? Where'd she call 911 from? Can you prove where she was located? Have you ever listened to the 911 call? Do you know that the 911 call isn't on her cell phone? But when she said she called 911 and it got patched through and she eventually talked to Boundary County, I said, okay, what time? Is there a timestamp on the recording? No. And there's no record of her calling on the cell towers because she wasn't in Boundary County, right? Okay. So, and there's no record of the timestamp from her cell phone. Did you go down to Boundary County and ask them for the CAD notes that specifically show like Jennifer Drake's number coming in? Because the one that I got and the one that's actually in discovery is from supposedly quote unquote Isaac Funderburg. Do you guys go and get that? No. Why would I need that? Well, Jennifer, Dana, you're Jennifer's attorney and you need to prove, okay, you said it's based off you think that you're going to prove the time of the shot because of when she called 911. Well, that's interesting because in the Idaho 4 case, they didn't call 911 till 11:58 the next morning. So does that mean that the kids were stabbed a couple minutes before that? That's where I was going with this little charade with Dana that I played with her. And I said, well, interesting. That's what, so I said, okay, how about this, Dana? Wouldn't you want to talk to some eyewitnesses and see what their reports are? Or what about the cameras in the area to line up the cameras with what people said that they were doing? And then you can, if they said, oh, like Aaliyah Sandelin, oh, Stephen Hartman comes walking down the street, who I didn't know was Stephen Hartman at the time. But when he came walking down the street and he talked to my fiance, Isaac Funderburg, I knew he had nothing to do with it when he walked up because he came up like 30 minutes after the gunshots. Dana, do you know what time Stephen Hartman's walking and is on the camera? It's at 7:30. 7:31, boom. Do you know what that means? Aaliyah Sandelin is saying that the gunshot was at like 7. What do you think about that? Then did you go and have you talked to Dr. Moore's alibi witness, who's the coroner? No, I blew off his deposition. You blew off his deposition? How could you just blow off a deposition? Do you know that in the coroner was being questioned by Jennifer's attorney, and he was asked, okay, well, when Dan Moore left your house and he went up to his office to go get Imodium, how long had how much time elapsed between when the scanner came in, which was gunshots in the area of South Hill? Oh God, like 45 minutes? Do you know what that means? That means that just like how Aaliyah Sandelin said, oh, Stephen Hartman, that would put the gunshots at like 7. Well, guess what time they supposedly have this truck going up and going and getting this Imodium that they said, but even though Dr. Moore says, I walked up to my motherfucking office. I didn't drive my truck up there. I walked up there. That's always been his testimony or statements to police. That's why there's 30 seconds missing of a video. of the Liberty the Liberty gas station cameras, because, and it's the 30 seconds that would show Moore walking up from Mick's house to get the truck. That's the 30 seconds that's missing. How fucking convenient. But that's the 30 seconds that's missing from the Liberty gas station cameras. So based off of the coroner saying, oh, like 45 minutes had passed, that puts the scanner coming over before 7 p.m. How do you not go to court with this? Then you have all these cameras that are showing all this movement of cars flying in and out of the back area of Drake's between 6:42 and 6:57 p.m. I said, all you're going to do, Dana, is just because of when Jennifer Drake called to say, hey, I was on the phone with my husband, and then all of a sudden he was shot through a window. I was like, have you talked to Sally Ann Aiken, the ME that did the autopsy? No. Do you know that she doesn't agree with the police? You guys heard Van Leuven testify that the trajectory right there at the end. Sally Ann Aiken doesn't agree with that. Brian Drake wasn't shot, and the penetrating of the gunshot wound wasn't. It was at an upward angle. That fat ass, he just said that based on the trajectory and blah blah, he was sitting at his desk, all this stuff, how tall he was. They never took measurements. They don't even have the stool anymore. They didn't take measurements from how tall the stool is off the ground. Okay. And then to see how then tall his torso was, to see where he would have been. And if you actually do that math, that's what I brought Scott Roeder in to do. And we took the shots, and we did that in Florida. We documented it all. So we have like dates, timestamps, everything. So everything that he just said there on the stand. Wait, you measured stuff? Where's the stool right now, Detective Van Leuven? It's not in evidence. I know why. Well, because we didn't take it. Because you didn't need it? How did you reenact the crime scene if you don't have the stool where this man's supposedly sitting? Also, how high was the stool seat off the ground? Where are those measurements? Where are the pictures that you took? Where are those at? Oh, we didn't do that. So then how did you do the measurements? Oh my God, we got more. Oh, fuck yes. Boom, got it. Woo! What a bunch of idiots. Order for audio video. Based on the stipulation of the parties, that NBC News be allowed to bring cameras and microphone into court to record the proceedings on 1/29/2025. The Moores told Dana and Matt that that's what they wanted me to do on their behalf. Where's Matt and Dana asking for that? Because the Moores want to do a documentary. Because the Moores want to get their story out. Look at this. Look at this shitty order. Look at this shit. So why in the world would the Moores ever stipulate to... The Moores didn't stipulate to this. They weren't even asked about this. The Moores have no idea that NBC... How did NBC get a... The Moores didn't do this. The Moores didn't say, yeah, let NBC in there and not let Lana in there. Are you out of your fucking mind? You think that the Moores would do this? Do you think that the Moores were asked about this by their client, by their attorneys? So in order for there to be a stipulated, you have to have communication with your client, right? The Moores didn't agree to any of this. The Moores did not agree to say, yeah, we want Dateline in there. 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 But guess what? Dana's so worried about paying attention to my YouTube channel that's showing the proceedings that they stipulated to and let Dateline in. You know what? Can we go on a recess? We just got news that there was somebody live streaming the proceedings, and so Dana asked for a recess to tell Judge Jensen that their clients are watching the proceeding through Truth and Transparency, and we didn't agree to that. It wasn't Jennifer Drake's attorney that asked for the fucking court. Hold on a second. Can we ask for a recess here? That wasn't Jennifer. That was somebody that the Moores paid $200,000. They wanted it all up front. And so you tell me if this is ineffective assistance of counsel. That, I mean, there's just so much. But this is just what happened right here in front of all of our faces. And then Dana knew which account was the one that was live feeding. How did she know that? Because she's watching my channel. But this is in the middle of Detective Van Leuven's direct examination. Yes, this is what she was doing. Wait a second, Lana, say that one more time. Dana Bose is supposed to be intently watching Michael Van Leuven on the stand so that she could cross-examine him. Okay? And instead, she's watching my YouTube channel. Well, here, since you're watching my YouTube channel, let me tell you how I told you how to cross-examine Detective Van Leuven. Okay. Okay. I sent her a 1 minute and 16 second clip of Detective Van Leuven in the interrogation room with Dan Moore, where he is saying, the clients, you circled around, you were looking back to see if the last clients had left. Well, the last clients of Drake, they saw your white truck. So that's the part that's clipped. And it says, okay, so here you go. In this clip, you told my client that the last clients of Drake saw his white truck. Isn't that correct? Yes. Who were Drake's last clients, Detective Van Leuven? Aldora Gatchel and Caleb Coco-Nazara. Okay. What vehicle did those clients, Aldora and Caleb, arrive to the appointment in? A bluish, greenish Honda Pilot. Okay. In the Excel spreadsheet that you showed my clients in this interrogation just minutes before that clip, did you have a row in the Excel spreadsheet dedicated to Aldora's Pilot leaving Drake's? No. Okay. Why not? Wouldn't it be a material fact of the case against my client? So you just said that the witnesses, when they were leaving, saw your truck, right? Saw the white truck parked in the drive-through alleyway with its running lights on. Isn't it true, Detective, that if you would have plotted the departure of Aldora's Pilot on the Excel spreadsheet that you used here today, that it would It would have completely destroyed your entire timeline and case against my client. Well, no. Okay. Well, let's take a look at the defense exhibit here, just exhibit one. Let's take a look at this. This is the Excel spreadsheet that you used, right? And in this next clip, right? So we'll start with exhibit one. And this is an email between Leslie Lehman and Eldora Gatchel dated June 9th, 2020. You see that? Isn't it true that you told Leslie Lehman, Detective Lehman, to verify what vehicle Eldora was driving that evening? Yes. Why? Whatever the fuck his answer is going to be. Well, and so Eldora sent over 4 pictures of her Honda Pilot, correct? Okay. Now, you have on your little Excel spreadsheet here that my client's truck entered between the coffee shop and Drake's at 7:17 and 52 seconds. Isn't that correct? And that's what you say to him in the interrogation, right? And that's on your Excel spreadsheet right here that you have here that Jennifer Drake has listed as one of her exhibits for today, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. So, and you get the timestamp from the Columbia Bank cameras for the 7:17 and 52 seconds, right? Yes. Okay. Well, let's take a look at the Columbia Bank cameras beginning at 7:15 and 45 seconds. It'll play. Dana, stop the video at 7:15 or 7:16 and 10 seconds. And show Eldora's pilot lights coming on from turning on her car, and then it pulling out, and then you're going to pause it when it directly gets in front of Columbia Bank on 95 heading south. And I want you to point on the timestamp and ask Detective Van Leeuwen to read that timestamp off. What's the timestamp there, Detective? Yeah, 7:16 and 49 seconds. Okay. So 7:16, you said? 7:16 and 49 seconds? Is that what you said? Okay, just making sure. Now, Detective, can you explain to the judge here, since we don't have a jury, how omitting the time of Drake's last client's departure on this Excel spreadsheet that you used in your probable cause affidavit to arrest my clients, how that isn't exculpatory? You omitted exculpatory evidence by omitting the fact that Eldora's pilot would have been gone and clearly left from the area at 7:16 and 49 seconds, right? Now, Detective, where would 7:16 and 49 seconds fall within your little Excel spreadsheet? It would fall close to what? 1 minute and 3 seconds before you have the white truck entering here at 7:17 and 52 seconds, right? That's where it would fall. And this is the first time that it enters and goes into the drive-through and parks with its running lights on up in the drive-through right past Drake's window. Correct? So a question that I just asked you back a little bit ago was, if you actually plotted the Eldora Gatchel's pilot leaving, that you clearly wanted to know what car she left in June, the murder was in March of 2020, you were doing it for the purposes of what? Identifying the vehicle of where it was with what she told you, right? Yeah. Okay. So going back to here, because I want you to explain this to Judge Jensen here, which is, well, how did Eldora Gatchel? Well, let me just back up. Isn't it true that you omitted this material because it inculpates Eldora Gatchel and Jennifer Drake? Well, Detective, would you quarrel with me that at the very least, if if I said Eldora Gatchel knowing about the movements of the white truck after the pilot has clearly long gone from the area, that would prove that Eldora Gatchel and her brother didn't leave in the pilot and that they were still present at Drake's office because they saw something happen a minute and 30 seconds or longer from, like, they were nowhere near the back of the truck, like they were gone from there if they're in the pilot, right? And so when you stated here during direct examination for these huge damages, when you just stated in this proceeding that Jennifer Drake received a call from her husband at 7:17 p.m. in your probable cause affidavit, you also stated that, right? And the only person that could have called was, Brian, right? Because Eldora and her brother left, right? This information actually proves that they didn't leave yet, right? And so the only person to corroborate the statement, which is in these damages, that says that Jennifer, the last conversation that she had with her husband, he is crying out to her. He is crying out to her on the phone. And she has to live with that for the rest of her life, right? He's crying out to her. That's what it says right here in these filings that just happened, right? You interviewed Jennifer Drake. Did she ever say that Brian was crying out to her? Pleading for, like, crying and screaming? She told you that he said, "Oh my gosh, ouch, ouch. I think something just hit me. I think someone just shot me through the window." And she did it in just a matter of fact, right? And then Jennifer Drake testified at the preliminary hearing where she was asked by Jill Bolton, "Well, did your husband say anything else to you? Did he tell you who shot him?" "No, what I just testified to is all he said to me," end quote. You were there for that, weren't you, at the preliminary hearing? So Jennifer Drake never testified at the preliminary hearing that he was crying to her, right? But here, she's asking for $2.5 million per person, $10 million, because of what she had to endure during that phone call. So getting back to this whole little timeline here. So isn't it true now that we really truly look at this Excel spreadsheet, that Eldora Gatchel says that she couldn't leave because there was a truck there with its running lights on, and that truck doesn't come there and do that from 7:17 and 52 seconds to 7:19, right? And so for Eldora Gatchel to know that, and you put it down as fact, right? Because that's what you're supposed to be putting in probable cause affidavits for arrests of people. Just because someone says something to you, you're still supposed to vet it, right? And so therefore, when you would have made your Excel fucking spreadsheet, detective, and you're going in chronological order by watching a video, okay? Why wouldn't you press pause and write down Eldora's departure on a line, and then you would have seen, oh shit, this white truck doesn't come for fucking another minute and 30 seconds. How does Eldora Gatchel know about this white truck? Well, maybe she's fucking in it. You ever think about that? And so my question to you, detective, would be, is it possible that the 7:17 p.m. phone call that was made from Brian's phone to Jennifer's phone, is it possible that the caller on Brian's phone was somebody other than Brian Drake? And the answer to that is yes, it is possible. Yes, it is possible. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, detective, but Usually people don't lie about what vehicles they go to appointments in and what vehicles they leave in and what time they leave in when they're the last person to see the person alive, right? Now, when you mix all of this up with the fact that Isaac Thunderberg seeing a man dressed in all black, a dark-skinned man, facial hair, beanie, gray vest, running up along the side of the building of Brian Drake and then beelining it towards the glass shop. Who does that identify? It identifies Caleb Kakoa Nazara to a T. And he's playing his fucking ukulele right before he's murdered. And Eldora, we would have never known what that motherfucker was wearing, but Eldora took a video recording of it, like proof of life video. And we see, holy shit, what Caleb was wearing. We would have, if Eldora would have never taken the video, we would have never known what Caleb was wearing that day. But she took the video. So when you have Eldora clearly lying about what vehicle she left in, what time she left in, because how does she know about the white truck's movements, right? And then you leave it off on your little Excel spreadsheet. You would be omitting material, factual information, and you would have been the subject of a Frank's hearing, motherfucker, because it's exculpatory. It's exculpatory because you said that it was Brian Drake that called Jennifer Drake. Well, now we have Eldora still there because she saw the white truck, because she's still there. She didn't leave in the pilot. And so what I went ahead and created, because I knew this day was coming, I have insurances on my work. I created a video. And I think it's titled Paul Jacobson. Before I get to that video, to close out little Van Leuven here, Detective. And so when you stated that Jennifer Drake received a call from her husband at 7:17 p.m. in your probable cause affidavit, the only person to corroborate that statement as a fact would be Jennifer Drake, correct? Nobody else but Jennifer, right? But now with the information presented here to this courtroom, isn't it a fact that Eldora Gatchel and Caleb were still present at that building to be able to see the white truck, and so therefore could have made that phone call at 7:17 p.m.? Yeah. Okay, well, how come you never asked Eldora Gatchel about how she knew about the movements of a white truck at 7:17 and 52 seconds to 7:19 if she left in the pilot like she claimed? Did you ever re-interview her? Did you ever turn it over to the defense? Nope, nope. Isn't it true that you interviewed a Paul Jacobson in connection with this case? And isn't it true that Paul Jacobson said that a second SUV entered Drake's lot as he was walking out to his truck, and that the driver of the SUV looked like it could be the daughter of the woman inside? You're going to have to refresh my memory on that. I don't think I was there for that interview. Well, you're the lead detective, right? You would have listened to all of these interviews, right? In fact, you couldn't wait to get your hands on Paul Jacobson and interview him, right? Because Eldora Gatchel told you that the guy, that big guy that was coming out of the room before she went in for her appointment, he was agitated. He was angry, right? And Eldora said that he had a truck and that she didn't know if it was the same truck, but it kind of looked like it. And so you just couldn't wait to interview Paul Jacobson, right? Well, if you would have actually listened to what he said in his interview, as I will play in this video, Paul Jacobson says exactly what I just said to you. And did you plot on your Excel spreadsheet did you plot Paul Jacobson's vehicle leaving at 6:16? I'm sorry, at 6:17 p.m. on the spreadsheet? No, I did not. Wouldn't that be material? How did you rule out Paul Jacobson? Eventually rule him out? Well, because he made a phone call and it was for 27 minutes and he wasn't on the cell tower that services that area. Exactly, because he went home, right? So but at 6:17, if you would have plotted his vehicle leaving, right, you'd have actually been able to corroborate his statement, because if you rewound the tape of Columbia Bank and played at 6:16 p.m. like we're going to do here today, play, pause. Do you see an SUV turning into Drake's lot at 6:16 p.m.? Yes, I do. And so Paul Jacobson said that an SUV, he couldn't tell you what type, but it was an SUV, and the woman that was driving it could be the daughter of the woman that he just saw inside because of her dark skin. They were like all Hawaiian, he said, right? So now Eldora Gatchel, did you ever ask her what other vehicle she owned? She told you that she went to the airport that day, right? And that she picked up her niece, who's 38 and sexy as fuck, kind of like Brian's type. That she picked up her niece, but her niece wasn't feeling well and she didn't go to the appointment. So she offered up information that you weren't seeking, right? She offered that up. And now it's, according to you, that Dan Moore just offered up stuff that was unsolicited, that he can't run or something like that with his leg, right? That was unsolicited. You didn't ask if he could run. Well, did you ask Eldora Gatchel who else she was hanging out with that day, that why she would offer up to say, oh, I picked up my niece from the airport, but she didn't come with us to the appointment because she wasn't feeling well? That would be along the same lines of what you consider Dan Moore coughing up information, right? That you didn't ask for. Unsolicited information. Well, here, Paul Jacobson was interviewed literally right before Eldora Gatchel was, and her entire family at the same time. Is that protocol? No, I didn't think so. So you would have gotten this information back to back. And you never asked Eldora Gatchel what other vehicles that they own. But here, we have another SUV. And I just now told you that in order for Eldora Gatchel to see the vehicle at 7:17 in 52 seconds, she would still have to be at that motherfucking building. But then you have to ask yourself, well, how the fuck could she leave then? What vehicle did she leave in? Well, this second SUV that clearly the niece was driving, right? But we don't know because you didn't investigate it, right? See what else you didn't investigate. So, did you mark the fact that this second SUV was seen on multiple cameras and that it was circling Drake's lot, not just circling it, but at 7:26, it's seen driving back there, at 7:46 and at 6:46 and 7:10. The same movements that you have an issue with the white truck, this vehicle, that's this SUV, we got pictures of it, but you never marked that down anywhere on your Excel spreadsheet, right? Okay. Isn't it true that the Columbia Bank cameras show, like I said, an SUV entering Drake's parking lot between 6:15 and 6:16 right before Paul Jacobson's truck is seen leaving? I just played that for the court, so you can't deny that, right? But that would corroborate Paul Jacobson's statements, right? That there was another SUV, so it wasn't the pilot that he's referring to. Because in the interview, he says there was an SUV that was already parked right next to the doctor's vehicle. This was a different SUV, just so everybody's understanding this. Which you would need if the pilot left at 7:16 in 59 seconds, and it's the same pilot that came at 6:03, there they are. How would Eldora Gatchel or her brother or whoever leave in a different vehicle? What vehicle is there? Well, I'm providing and I'm showing you what vehicle is there. But more importantly, we should be asking ourselves, who took the fucking pilot out of there? Who did Eldora give her keys to? Well, wouldn't you want to ask somebody that? Why don't we ask Eldora who she gave her keys to? Why are we guessing? We don't need to guess. Isn't it possible, Detective Van Leuven, that Brian Drake was shot and actually killed before 7:26 p.m.? Isn't it possible? Well, how is it not possible? Because Jennifer Drake talked to her husband between 7:17 and 7:26. I thought you would say that. So your reasoning to say that Brian Drake couldn't have been shot and killed before 7:26 p.m. is because of Jennifer Drake's hearsay statements. Is that correct? Because Jennifer Drake is telling you who she talked to and who was on the opposite end of that phone from 7:17 to 7:26, right? That's the only thing that you have. Isn't that correct? But now I just showed you right here that Jennifer Drake wasn't, or Brian Drake wasn't the only person who was there. Jennifer Drake said that Brian called her after his clients left and that he was waving to his last clients as they left. Jennifer Drake told that to, you interviewed Detective Van Leuven, and Emma Fields will play her interview as well. And Emma Fields said that, yeah, Jennifer called me. She told me that Brian was, he had just walked out his last patients and watched his last patients drive away. Well, that's really interesting. Because if Brian Drake was truly watching this, he would have known that Eldora Gatchel didn't get into the pilot and drive away. Right? Because clearly the pilot had already left and the white truck hasn't come. So there's no way that you could see the white truck, right? If you've already left in the pilot. But it was so important for Jennifer Drake to get that part of the narrative in to cover for fucking Eldora motherfucking Gatchel, right? To say that Brian told me that he waved and watched Eldora and her, his last patients leave. Oh, okay. So we got Jennifer covering for Eldora, Eldora covering for Jennifer, just so you see how this is going. Detective. Isn't it possible that Jennifer Drake was on the phone with Eldora Gatchel or Caleb during the 7:17 to 7:26 p.m. phone call? How can you rule that out as a possibility? And his answer would have to be is that I can't now rule that out because I'm just proving here that she was still there. And you know that Brian Drake, his phone called at 7:17 in how many seconds? Okay. Was it before 7:17 and 52 seconds? Yeah, it was. It was 7:17 and 40 seconds. Okay. So let's get this straight about this white truck. So the only person that talks about this white truck is Eldora Gatchel, who she clearly sees it. And the only way that she can see it is if she doesn't leave in the pilot because it doesn't arrive until 7:17 and 52 seconds. 12 seconds after Brian's phone is making a call to Jen Drake, right? And then they're on the phone for 9 minutes and 15 seconds, right? The two phone calls. Detective, did you go and look at the towers? And it corroborates, right, that Brian Drake's cell phone is on the Bonner Ferry cell tower, right? So we know that Brian's phone is there, right? And did you look and see, was Jennifer's phone there? No, it was not. Okay. Well, did you look at the Hayden? Did you get the Hayden towers? No, we didn't. So you don't know if she was in Hayden then, right? No, we just know that she was when she dialed 911, it went to the Kootenai County dispatch, which means you have to be in that area. Oh, really? Okay, well then can you answer this question for me? Why in this proceeding did Jennifer Drake not want to submit in evidence the Kootenai County portion of the 911 call. Well, speaking of which, you're the one that entered that into evidence, right? The 911 calls. When did you enter those into evidence? Would that be November 2020? So the first time you entered into evidence the 911 calls that would just happen to be on a disc and just poof, come out of nowhere, you don't write down who you pick it up from, and you entered them in November of 2020 for a murder that happened in March of 2020. Is that the first time that you listened to those? Now, going back to this whole timeline that you think is just the end all be all, which it's not. In fact, Detective Van Leuven, didn't you interview a guy named Stephen Hartman in this case? He was the first suspect in this case. Yes, I did. And you interviewed an Isaac Funderburg, who was the eyewitness. Yes, I did. Well, we did. And then we interviewed his fiance, Aaliyah Sandelin. Isn't that correct? Yes, our people did. That's right. Okay. And did you all take your Excel spreadsheet and plot on the Excel spreadsheet the statements of all three of those witnesses by using the Columbia Bank camera footage on your Excel timeline like you did to show those eyewitnesses as identifying the time that they heard the gunshot? Did you do that? No, they're not on there. Okay. So isn't it true, detective, that if you would actually plot, let's go with Aaliyah Sandelin first. She said that she saw, well, after the fact, she realized that it was Stephen Hartman because it all comes out. So we have Stephen Hartman walking up the street, and she says to your detectives, oh, there was a guy that came up, but he had nothing to do with it because he arrives like 30 minutes after the gunshots. Yes, I recall that. Okay. So do you have, well, I'm just going to show you the Columbia Bank cameras here. Pull it up, stop it right there. Do you see that right there? At 7:31, it's Stephen Hartman on the Columbia Bank cameras, right walking past Drake's. And that's where Stephen Hartman said that he ran into Isaac Funderburg getting out of his little hatchback. And Isaac Funderburg asked him, hey, did you hear those gunshots? Right? Now, can you look at the timestamp there? It says 7:31 and 12 seconds, right? Yes, it does. And so if you were to mark that down on the Excel spreadsheet, 7:31 and 12 seconds, and you mark down, well, Aaliyah Sandelin was standing on the porch watching this interaction, right? And both of them, Aaliyah and Isaac, said that that interaction happened, according to Aaliyah, 30 minutes after the gunshots. Well, if you take 7:31, detective, and you minus 30 minutes, what time would that be at? That would have been at 7:01. So Aaliyah Sandelin is saying that the gunshots happened at 7:01 p.m., correct? Well, yeah, based on her statement. Well, just like based on Jennifer's statements, right? Like that's what she, but do you recall what else she said? How she gauged this time of the shooting? Or what, she didn't know that it was a shooting. She's just going off of when she heard the gunshots. She said that Isaac had already gotten back from the store, right? And what store did he go to? Super One grocery store, correct? And they have cameras there, don't they? And isn't it true, detective, that you told Leslie Lehman and Rich Alderson, these detectives, to go out and canvass the neighborhood and go get cameras, right? And Isaac Funderburg said he went there. Eldora Gatchel said she went there. All of these witnesses said they went to Super One. And isn't it true, detective, that you don't have the Super One cameras, which would have shown you what time they were getting there and leaving there? Fuck, it would have shown you what SUV they got out of, right? Because they have cameras outside the place. But based off of Aaliyah Sandelin, she is saying that the gunshots that she heard were at 30 minutes before I saw that dude. That's what she said in her interview. That's how she gauged the time. She didn't tell you what time it was. She's like, your detectives asked her, hey, Aaliyah, did you see anybody else that night walking? And she's like, well, yeah, there was this one guy, but he doesn't have anything to do with it because he came like 30 minutes after the gunshots. And then do you remember what your detective asked after that? No, but I'm sure you're going to show me, Miss Oriani. You're damn right I am. Right here, the question was asked, Aaliyah, was that the first shot or the second shot? I thought that there was only one shot, detective, but isn't it true that Aaliyah Sandlin told you, and so did Isaac Funderburg, that there were two shots? Yeah, they did. Okay. So then you finally get to interview Stephen Hartman, right? And Stephen Hartman was staying at the hotel, right? And so the hotel's down by the water, and Stephen Hartman was walking up, right? And so he walks by Drake's going this way, and then he turns around. And so on his way, when he turns around, he walks by Drake's the second time. That's the interaction that Aaliyah Sandlin and Isaac had, correct? With the man? Yes, when he was walking back north towards the hotel. Okay. So when he was walking south, right? We got him going south. Do you have him on the camera? Yep, we have him on Liberty, and we have him on Columbia Bank. Yep, right in front of Drake's, right in front of it. Yep, we got it all. Okay, great. And eyewitness statements aren't that accurate, right? So technically, there is a chance, right, that he was actually walking this way, right, heading south on his first loop when he would have. Hi, baby. Oh, yeah, here, I'll do it for you.
Thanks.
Hi. What do I gotta do?
Just keep by that, and then
Oh, of course.
I'll get all of
Oh,
these
gosh, of course.
for
Woo.
free.
Okay. This one?
Mhm.
Okay, yep. Give me a second here because I want to do it through my other app. So give me a second here. I'll do that.
Okay.
Okay. Did you see over there? Look underneath that pumpkin over there. How was school? You see it?
Oh
You see? Yeah.
yeah. Thanks.
You're welcome. Go grab it. You use the chair. Use the chair over there.
Okay.
You're welcome. Love you. What'd you learn today? Stuff?
Yeah.
What kind of stuff?
Just stuff.
Stuff. How was Spirit Week? Good. Back at it. Jax is the best. All right, here we go. So, is there at all a chance, detective, that maybe Aaliyah and Isaac, are mistaken as well? Like, when they could there have been a chance that they talked to him when he would have been heading, south? Oh, you mean at like 7:04 p.m.? Oh, yeah. What time would that have put the shooting at? Well, that would have put the shooting at 6:30. But Isaac didn't go to the store yet. So you do know about the store visit. Is it because you went and got those cameras? Where were those cameras at? You just didn't turn them over to the defense? That's how I would try to catch him into. Yeah, no, but he didn't. But they talked after the store. That would have been before he went to the store. Okay. That would have been my way of trying to get him and catch him into the like there. You do have the cameras from the grocery store. Now, you also asked Isaac about his encounter with Stephen Hartman, right? Yeah, we instructed Leslie Lehman to call him and ask about it. Did you record that conversation? No, we didn't. So in a murder investigation, you didn't record a conversation where you're calling up an eyewitness to ask them something that's really kind of important in your timeline, right? Yeah, that's right. Okay, great. Just making sure that we're accurate here. So you have Leslie Lehman call up Isaac Funderburg because why? Well, because when we interviewed Stephen Hartman, he told us the same story, that he came across the guy that was in his early 20s with 2 German Shepherd dogs in the car in a gray hatchback. Oh, so he's describing Isaac Funderburg. That's exactly what he was doing. Yes. Okay. And what was so significant? This is who we thought was the guy that was dressed all in black, that was the shooter, because he was our first suspect. Oh, okay. Even though Aaliyah Sandlin said that this guy had nothing to do with it because he comes walking over like 30 minutes after, like that didn't give that away. Anyways, when we interviewed Stephen Hartman, he says that he talks to Isaac Funderburg and that they had a conversation. And that's when we knew that it couldn't have been the guy that Isaac was referring to, because Isaac said the guy had run off. I was like, okay, so you realize that Stephen Hartman isn't the guy that Isaac was referring to with dark skin and look like Hawaiian, right? Or Indian, right? Stephen Hartman's as white as fuck, right? Yeah, he is. So he's really white. Okay. So when Leslie Lehman called him up, did she write up a report? She did. It's supplemental report 43. Okay. So what does Leslie Lehman ask Isaac Funderburg? Well, she asked him what he was wearing and if he remembers the conversation. And then she asked him, how long after the gunshot did you encounter this person? Okay. And what was his answer to that? Well, Ms. Oriani, the answer to that was that he encountered that guy. Well, what was written down in the report, which is hearsay, 10 to 15 minutes after the gunshots. Okay. But you have it on camera that they talked at 7:31, like you could see it, right? Yes, we know that they talked at 7:31. It's on camera. Okay. So that would have been at 7:15 based on hearsay, right? Let me ask you a question, detective. How long does it take for one to get into a car, drive down to the store, Super One store, go into Super One store, get whatever you're getting, check out, get back in your car, and come on back over to Isaac Funderburg's house that's across from Drake's house? How long do you think that would take you? At least 15 minutes? Like at the very least? Like there's no way that's going to be anything less, right? Like at the bare minimum, 15 minutes? Yeah, absolutely. There's no way that it would take anything. Maybe 15 minutes at the, like, I can't say, oh, that took 5 minutes, right? Yeah, no, you couldn't say that. You'd have to say, but this would be another reason that you'd want to go and get those cameras, right? So that you don't have to play the guessing game. You're going to see when he came in. But didn't Isaac say that I talked to Stephen Hartman, after I went to the store, right? So you're going to sit here and tell the courts that you believe between 7:26, when Jennifer Drake is saying the shots happened, 7:26, and 7:31, when he would have saw that guy, that they are somehow, Isaac Funderburg was able to drive around the area looking for the guy, calls 911, then drives to Super One, gets something, gets back in his car, drives back over to his apartment, then is getting out of his apartment, and then encounters Hartman at 7:31. Based off of Jen Drake's 7:26 time of the murder, because I was on the phone with him. How the fuck is that possible, detective? You didn't put any of these on your Excel spreadsheet because it blows the fuck out of your narrative, doesn't it? So all these people are just lying and the cameras are just lying and Jennifer Drake is the one that's telling the truth? No. It's impossible. But basically, what am I getting at here, detective, is this line of questioning next, which would be this. Detective, so what we're seeing here is that on March 13th, when you asked, Isaac about this, and you get Aaliyah Sandlin, who's telling you, Stephen Hartman, he shows up like 30 minutes. We have her on a recorded device saying 30 minutes. You have Leslie Lehman writing down 10 or 15 minutes after. Bullshit. Fuck you, Leslie. Why didn't you record the conversation? I believe that you did and you flushed it. But what we have here is nowhere Aaliyah Sandlin wouldn't have said that guy had nothing to do with it. Him walking up 30 minutes later, if and in fact the gunshots were at 7:26, because he walks up at 7:31. You don't think Aaliyah Sandlin can understand the difference of 4 minutes versus 30? Basically, Stephen Hartman, Aaliyah Sandlin, and Isaac Funderburg, all of them combined with the cameras, prove that on March 13th, 2020, you, Idaho State Police, knew that you had a problem with the timeline that Jennifer Drake was giving you, and you fucking buried it. And I begged the Moores to go forward and just plead the fifth and let the evidence stand because it's so strong. Jennifer Drake was not on the phone with her fucking husband at 7:17 to 7:26. It is beyond obvious. Beyond obvious. At 7:17, that phone call, this is where it gets really juicy. That phone call lasts from 7:17 to 7:26. Then Jennifer Drake says she hangs up and calls 911. Okay. Well, this is what's funny about that. After she calls 911, how long do you have her on the phone total there, detective? Did you ever count the minutes? Add them up? Well, at 7:32, she calls her husband back. You're aware of that, right? Do I need to show you the screenshot you took of his phone? No, I remember that. Okay. So at 7:32, Jennifer Drake's cell phone calls Brian Drake's cell phone, right? Mm-hmm. Did you take a look at the cell towers? Yeah. You did? Okay. At 7:32, can you please point to the lovely tribunal here? Here's the Verizon cell towers. Where is Brian Drake's phone on the cell towers at 7:32? They're not on here. Okay. Can you please explain what's your training and experience with cell towers? Well, if I was Officer Payne, I have none. Well, if you make a phone call or you receive a phone call, wherever you're at, the call is going to hit off of one of the towers that you're closest to or has the best service, okay. But what if your phone didn't register on the cell tower at 7:32 if it wasn't on that cell tower? Does it register if your voicemail picks up? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. So there's a phone call though here that you're unable to determine if Brian Drake's phone was turned off out of the service area, right, at 7:32 because it should be on this cell tower, right? Yeah. Okay. Do you think that Brian Drake, after being shot, detective, I want you to speculate here because that's what you do in your job, right? You speculate. Do you have any reason to believe that Brian Drake shut off his phone after he decided to tell his wife that he was shot, on the phone, like she says? Do you have any reason to believe that the phone was turned off and then possibly turned back on? I don't know. Because you didn't look into it like that, did you? Okay. Well, so you didn't plot any of the statements made by Paul Jacobson, Aaliyah Sandlin, or Isaac Funderburg, right? No. Well, Brian Drake's phone receives. Oh, let me back up one more step. Brian Drake had how many phones? A bunch. Okay, you extracted a personal cell phone and a work cell phone, right? Yes. Okay. And you asked Jennifer Drake if she recognized 3 guns in April, right? Yep. And she said she didn't recognize them, right? Where did you, but yet they came from a text thread between Jen, Brian's mom, and Brian, right? And that was from 2015, right? And Jen said that she had never seen those guns before, right? Well, detective, you knew at the time when you showed her these pictures, you knew that she was in the thread though, right? So you never showed her this, right? You just accepted the fact that she said, I've never seen those guns before. Nothing to see here, right? How about when you came across the picture that she would have taken just, I don't know, a half a year before her husband was murdered, and this gun that's on her? This is on her phone. How about this gun? Did you ask her about that gun? No, I didn't. Okay. At 7:44 p.m., Jennifer Drake said in an interview with you that she received a phone call from dispatch. Do you remember that? Yes, I do. Okay. And that they said that they wanted Brian Drake's cell phone number, right? Did you ever have an interview with dispatch and ask them who would be Mallory Stippich? Did you ever ask them, Mallory Stippich, if she called Jennifer Drake and asked for Brian Drake's cell phone number? No, I never asked. Okay. You never re-interviewed Eldora Gatchel, right? You never re-interviewed Caleb Cohen-Azara. Jennifer Drake got paid $1 million on April 3rd, right? And you approved the money, right? Were you aware that Gary Tolson was called only hours beforehand and Gary Tolson said that nobody was cleared? I didn't know that Gary was called, no. So on the same day that you clear Jennifer Drake as being what, cooperative, Gary Tolson's saying earlier that nobody's cleared, we just got the case. Awesome. Awesome sauce there. So at the bare minimum here, if Isaac Funderburg had said, based on the hearsay that, because you didn't record the conversation, that he came across Stephen Hartman 10 or 15 minutes, after the shots, that puts it way before 7:26, correct? Yes, it does. And now if you go off of 30 minutes before, that puts it like 7 o'clock, way before, right? Either way you slice and dice it, right? Everybody that was there is contradicting what Jennifer Drake said, right? But you chose to go with what Jennifer Drake said. Why? We had no reason to believe that she was lying. You had no reason to believe that she was lying. Detective, thank you. You're bringing up a great point. You had no reason to believe that she was lying. So basically, if you have no reason to believe someone's lying, you don't still vet what they have to say. Were you aware that the Drakes had a camera installed in June of 2019 that had audio on the outside of both exit points as well as inside in their office? Did you go and grab those videos to see if, in fact, Jennifer Drake was home when she said she was home? No. Okay. Do you recall asking Jennifer Drake if she had any issues in her marriage? And she said no. Okay. Now, she wasn't under oath when you asked these questions, right? She wouldn't be under the pains of penalty of perjury, right? But usually it's not a good thing when you lie to the cops, right? Were you aware, since you went through all the way back to 2015 looking at for pictures, were you aware that 48 hours before the murder that Jennifer Drake was attempting to get into Brian Drake's cell phone because he had a password on it? You've never seen these pictures before? 48 hours before the murder. Didn't Jennifer Drake tell you there were no passwords on the phone? At 7:49 and 7:50, Brian Drake received 2 phone calls from unknown numbers. But if you actually did the extraction and you did the cell records, so we were able to, it said unknown, right? But what about the cell towers? Did you look at the cell towers to see if Brian Drake received a phone call at 7:49 and 7:50? I don't recall. Okay, let's take a look at those records. Here they are. Boom. They're the Verizon cell tower records, and at 7:49 and 7:50, Brian Drake is the call that is the phone that is receiving the call. Do you see that? Yes. That's his number, right? Yes, yes. Okay. The cell towers, though, they don't block cell phone numbers, do they, detective? Nope, they don't. And right here, it's the same number back to back, right? So you did a search warrant for the cell towers immediately, right? So you had this right away in the investigation before you ever came across the name Daniel Lee Moore, right? Yes. Okay. And so you never thought that you should maybe look into see who called Brian Drake's phone back to back at 7:49 and 7:50 after Jennifer Drake told you that the medics were with him at 7:44, which you knew that's not possible because they didn't find Brian Drake until 7:53, and the medics didn't get to him until 8:07 to 8:17. You knew all of this. So when Jennifer Drake is telling you that the person she's talking to is saying, they're just telling me they won't tell me if he's alive or dead, but the medics are with him and they just want his cell phone number. The sheriff wants his cell phone number. And she's like, it didn't make any sense to me. Why would they want his cell phone number? That just told me that they're unable to get it from him if they're with him. And so Jennifer Drake gives this person at 7:44 until 7:46 and 30 seconds. They were on the phone for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. She gives him the number. And then what happens? What happens to Brian's phone? Yeah, 2 incoming calls from Michael Cook. Who's Michael Cook, detective? He's a local known meth dealer, isn't he? He drives his bikes around. He's in like a biker gang bar. I don't know what the fuck he does, but what does he do? Why don't you tell me? You never thought to interview a guy that is blowing up a dead man's cell phone at 7:49 and 7:50 named Michael motherfucking Cook, who had baggies of meth on him and who you all picked up? Was he CI? Is he CI for y'all? Where does Michael Cook live? Well, look at the cell towers. See how it shows the incoming call and the outgoing call? It's on the same cell tower. That means that Michael Cook, when he made this call to Brian Drake back to back, it's very similar like when you can't find a cell phone and you call your phone because you want to hear it vibrating or you want to hear it ringing, right? Why would Michael Cook, who's never talked to Brian Drake in his life, detective, you never thought that you should maybe call this motherfucker up and, hey, how do you know Dr. Drake? I don't know Dr. Drake. You went through 3,000 pages worth of patient files, didn't you, detective? Sure did. Did you ever come across a Michael motherfucking Cook? Nope, can't say I have. Okay. So a man's body still has not been found yet until 7:53, 7:49, and 7:50. Michael Cook lives all the way, in Sandpoint, like 40 minutes away, right? What the fuck is he doing on the same cell tower as Brian Drake and Bonners Ferry? He doesn't live there, detective, right? Detective, you have Eldora Gatchel, who just got back from Mexico. Eldora Gatchel just got back from motherfucking Mexico. What was she doing in Mexico? Did you ever look to find out? Eldora Gatchel has her brother for the first time ever come with him to an appointment, which you went to the patient records. Was Eldora's brother down as a patient that day? No, he was not. Well, Brian doesn't have two dimes to rub together, so he's charging everybody, right? Did you check the Pay Anywhere Now app? Did you check to see if Eldora's card was charged for her fucking visit and his? Nope. Wasn't Brian's alcohol level at the legal limit to, like, he was considered drunk legally, right? Yes, he was. He was at 0.08. So you ask all these clients if they could smell alcohol on Brian, right? Yep. And they all said what? No. So isn't it all possible that Eldora Gatchel, and she maybe gets her little backy adjusted real quick, okay? Because she gets there at 6:03 with her brother. And then could they possibly be like, I don't know, breaking bread, like sitting down, doing shots? I mean, Brian had his vodka in the trunk, right? Did you take, you said that all of these water bottles in the exam room were all filled with vodka. How do you know that? Were you drinking out of them? You didn't take them to get tested. You actually left them all there. You didn't even take them into evidence, motherfucker. They're all there. So why are you going around telling people that there was vodka in water bottles that are like actually that you buy from the store? Were you drinking out of unknown containers in Dr. Drake's office? It's kind of strange, buddy. Is that protocol? No, it's not. I noticed that you didn't turn over Eldora Gatchel's third patient file. Is there a reason for that? Who's Dean D'Amata? Did you come across that patient file? Dean D'Amata is exchanging massages with Drake, and in turn, Drake's getting steroids and pills. He writes it down. He's keeping track of how many pills he's getting, to the point that he actually has text message exchanges. Did you come across those? You guys want to see all this shit? I've put it all out here on my channel. Dean D'Amata tells Brian Drake, oh, wait, guess where he lives? He lives right by Michael Cook. Really? Yeah, he lives out that way. He lives south. Dean D'Amata texts Brian in May, June, July of 2019 saying, hey, I can't leave the gear in your car. There's a cop right there standing at your car. Brian Drake says, oh, okay, we'll just do it next week. Doesn't say, wait, there's a cop. What? I had the pleasure of interviewing Nancy Johnson. Again, I cannot say enough things about Nancy Johnson. Oh, Daniel Moore's 100% guilty. Why are you tearing apart this family? Nobody is. Nobody is what? Oh, Truth Will Prevail. Hi, I know who you are. Ah, nice. Here's the link. Come on up here. Show your face. Who's tearing apart what family? I'm just providing the facts. Here, take the link. Show your face. There's the link for you. Hit it. Click in. Come on in. Oh, and if you don't want to show your face for some reason, we'll just take your voice. It's fine. There's the link. Go ahead. I dare you. You know, during this time that I did all this, I thought I was going to be helping the $10,000 woman who wanted all this evidence. The facts are that Daniel Moore confessed. Wait, those are facts? Yeah. Who's not saying he didn't confess? Why do you think the Innocence Project exists, Sugar Tits? Huh? Tell me about the Innocence Project. You know how many black men confessed to crimes they did not commit? And do you want to know what exonerated them? Eventually, thank God, down the road? A little thing called DNA. Do you know that all the people that false confessed were to cops that were racist pigs, racist as fuck, got these black men to admit to things that they never did? How'd that end up for people down the road? Yeah, Miss Potts. Ha, they booted you off the trial Zoom? Ha. Well, thank you for knowing about that. Thank you for knowing about that. That says a lot more about you than it ever will about me. You watch my channel. I wouldn't watch anything that I did not like. Actually, they didn't boot me from anything. They probably just got themselves a huge ass lawsuit is what they did. So let's talk about this. Jennifer Drake, ready? Here are some questions for you guys under oath that were set to come out in trial. You said that your husband, Brian Drake, had his secret wars. Can you tell us what you mean by that? He had a temper. I was very open about the fact that he had a small season where he was in pornography. Those were both things that most people didn't know about him. Okay. So he had his secret wars with his temper and with pornography, right? Mm-hmm. Let's see. Your sister's name is Emily Zemachek, right? She was interviewed with the Idaho State Police on March 23rd of 2020. And Emily describes Brian, your husband, as super abusive to you and the kids. Is that right? Jennifer, that's what I heard her say. Okay. The way she described it, it was abusive of the children. There was more than one instance of abuse. And she described that she heard you say, I'm not going to allow you to do this to my kids anymore. Jennifer, are you always used to saying my kids, by the way? I love when someone uses a double negative. You don't know nothing. Truth will prevail. You don't know nothing. Oh, I know who this is. I know who talks like this. What's up, Hildebrandt? Ah, yeah, that's who that is. I could tell that. I could tell that a mile away. There you go. There you go. That's Jamie P says, okay, exactly. Come up here and debunk everything I just showed us. Okay. Let's see. The way she described it was the abuse of the children. There was more than one instance of abuse, and she described that she heard you say, I'm not going to allow you to do this to my kids anymore, end quote. Did you say that to your husband when he abused your kids? My husband did not abuse my kids. Listen to that. Listen to that answer. My husband did not abuse my kids. And I do not remember saying that. Please remember that my sister came to see me once in 10 years. Right. And she describes must have been when she came to see you that one time in 10 years, that when Brenner was little and that your husband, Brian Drake, held him up and slapped him alongside the highway. I disagree with that statement. So you don't remember. I don't recall that at all. Okay. She also described her and your sister Rachel being upstairs and she heard your husband shouting profanities. You guys having an argument of some sort downstairs, right? I do remember an argument while they were there. Okay. So the way she described that was accurate, that she heard I remember we had a bad argument. I do not remember what it was about. So because you had testified before that your husband never cussed, but Emily certainly described that. He must have that day. I have very, very few recollections of my husband cussing. Okay. And what she described of what she saw when she walked downstairs was different than what you described as the one time that your husband abused you. Is that fair to say? That was not the time I was telling you that my husband hit me. That was back when before kids. So I don't remember him ever holding my throat. Okay. So you don't remember the incident that your sister described to police? No, not at all. Do you think maybe you suppressed these memories of these events? No. Because of the trauma? No. Did you think your sister is just lying to the police? I think my sister has a different viewpoint of a lot of things. Okay. Or memory? I can't speak for my sister. Okay. Let's see. I personally like to talk about the things that were said to the cops and that you come to find out that, wow, it's just lies. All right. So is your sister somebody you trust? I used to. Okay. You don't now? I use a little bit more judgment on things that I say. Why? Because she took a rumor and she fed it to you, which is causing you to actually question me about the morals of my husband. That's why. Oh, okay. What rumor was that? That my husband had an affair. Okay. So she's someone you don't trust anymore? No, I still trust her. Just, I'm very careful. Would you describe her as a liar? No, but she is somebody who will repeat rumors. So before you left Texas, would you confide in your sister about what was going on in your life? No, I lived in Texas. I didn't talk with my sisters all that much, hardly at all. In fact, the rumor, she didn't hear that from me. You can have her testify for yourself. So did you share with her any troubles you encountered in your marriage? Ever? Uh-huh. I'm sure I had. Like, what kind of troubles have you shared with her? I don't know. My entire 20 years, I can't even answer that. Did you tell her about this thing with Jennifer Smith? No. Why not? Because I lived in Texas. I didn't talk to her about all my problems. So is it your testimony that you don't communicate with your sister when you were in Texas because she lived somewhere else? I didn't say I don't communicate with her. I just don't tell her everything. Did you never talk with her on the phone? Yes. Would that be a regular occurrence while you lived in Texas? It could be a once a week. It could be a once every month. Did she ever come and stay with you when you were living in Texas? I think she came once in 10 years. Okay. Well, she was interviewed by police on March 23rd of 2020, right? Yes. Let's find, who is Jennifer Smith? Oh, here. I want to see this. Jennifer Smith. Oh, wow. Woo. Okay. Jeez. Okay, right. So I don't remember having a, okay. Okay. Whew. Here we go. Was your husband involved in some professional misconduct when he was in Texas? That's ambiguous. What was it that you don't understand about my question? Misconduct? Are you stating some action that was inappropriate? Yeah. No. Okay. Let's take a break. Sure. I asked you whether or not your husband was involved in any form of professional misconduct or inappropriate conduct related to his practice in Texas, and your answer was no. Is that correct? Yes. So tell me, first of all, what would you consider to be professional misconduct? That's a very wide question. Okay, maybe I'll narrow it down for you. Would you say that taking photographs of patients without their consent would be a professional misconduct? Yes. Would you say that commenting about the physical anatomy of your patient to a third party would be professionally inappropriate and or misconduct? Not misconduct. What would it be? Misconduct to me is like action. Okay. Not saying something. Okay. So the action of describing the physical anatomy of your patient to a third party, would you consider that misconduct in your mind? Describing? Say that again. Okay. Making maybe even sexual tones about one of your patients to a third party, would that be inappropriate or professional misconduct? That's an inappropriate comment. I would not say that that is misconduct. But just professionally it's okay? I did say it was professionally okay, but it's not misconduct. No. Misconduct to me, I could be wrong, but in my vocabulary analysis, I think of misconduct as an action. I was actually trying to get to the truth. That's why I was streaming the live stream, because I want the truth. So honestly, truth will prevail. If you're right and I'm wrong, awesome. But I figure the way that you get to the truth will prevail. Okay. Like, I'd love to actually have a conversation with you, because if you think that I would ever want a murderer to go free, you're crazy. Okay. And no one says that family hasn't been through a lot. But the way that you get to the truth is by transparency. Public transparency. So I hope everyone on this feed can see through the propaganda. You all will be ashamed of yourselves once the truth comes out. How can the truth come out? How can the truth come out? Stream the truth. That's what we were trying to do. Put the presentation out there. So she says, great, good, great. Looking forward to it. Well, thank you. I would appreciate that. Please email me. I'd love to talk with you. It will give it time. Okay. Well, in my eyes, the way that the United States of America works is you are innocent until proven guilty. Okay. And if Dan Moore is so guilty, right? I said it on my stream, arrest the motherfucker. Charge him. Charge him. But we have rights in America, and your rights, truth will prevail. They should not be violated either. So, but thank you so much for coming here, and for, as you can see, we don't block people like this. Expressing you have the First Amendment. Go ahead, express away. He has already conceded. I think you're really confused with the word conceded and stipulated default judgment. Okay. Anyways, as I was saying, as I'm going to inform people here. So this is the section of the Bates numbers. At the top of and the bottom, there's Bates numbers. Okay. So pay attention as we're going through this. And this is a 3-page document. It's a letter from the law office of Kevin R. Madison to Dr. Brian Drake. That's in Texas, right? Yes. Dated July 22nd of 2010. Yes. Were you familiar with this letter? Yes. Were you advised about this letter when it first came to your husband's attention? Advised by who? Well, when did you learn about this letter? When he received it. Okay. And do you know, was that about July 22nd of 2010? It must have been. Okay. And so in this letter, it looks like attorney claims that your husband, that he represents Jennifer Smith, who was a patient of Dr. Brian Drake. Do you know that she was a patient of Dr. Brian Drake? Yes. And the letter asserts a personal injury claim. It was a demand letter, basically against Brian Drake, and claims that he committed invasion of privacy, right? Yes. And violation of HIPAA, right? Yes. And intentional infliction of emotional distress claims, right? That's what it says. Okay, so this was a claim that your husband had committed some professional misconduct. Is that fair to say? This was the claim. Okay. I see it in writing. Okay, all right. And there's writing on this letter. Are you familiar with the writing? Yes. Who wrote those on the letters? My husband did. How do you know he wrote the letter? Because I was standing there. I was standing there. Okay, well, what was your role in responding to this letter? None. My role? Yeah. It wasn't mine. I had no role. You didn't discuss how you were going to respond or what were you going to do about this? You asked for my role, but that I had a discussion with my husband about it. All right. Did you help your husband respond to the letter? I did nothing. We had a conversation. Okay. The letter claims that your husband made repeated lewd and inappropriate comments to her, which violated the ethical rules of conduct for chiropractors in Texas and Texas common law. Did you come to learn that those lewd and inappropriate comments were alleged made by your husband? Yes. What were those? Well, what were the comments? It's the part that is the part that is crossed out. My husband said that he did not say. Okay. My husband says he said Jennifer has the nicest ass in the world. He admitted that. Okay. Referring to his patient, Jennifer Smith. Yes. Who were friends of ours at the time. He spoke to her boyfriend, not her. Is her boyfriend redacted? Yes. And when did he tell her boyfriend this? He was adjusting Jennifer and he was adjusting redacted, and they were talking and chatting like always did when he came in for chiropractic appointments. And so your husband told the boyfriend of one of his patients that his girlfriend had the nicest ass in the world. Something like that. Okay. And then it also alleges that your husband made comments to Miss, I don't know, who's this person? I've never met him. And told this person that Jennifer has the nicest ass I've ever seen. No, that's why it is in parentheses. He's like, I didn't say that to her. Oh, he didn't say have ever seen. He just said nicest ass. What I remember is that he said it to her boyfriend once. That's it. It was not a repeated occasion. It was one occasion. What happens here a lot that I see is it's always just that one check, that one time, that one, one time in 10 years, the abuse, one. And I feel bad because I see that is what somebody does to deflect because it probably wasn't just one time. So, and that's where I'm like, I feel bad for whatever Jennifer Drake was going through because I think that she was going through something with him. And that's truly unfortunate. So I remember the story that the boyfriend was there and she was not. That is what I remember. And this is what your husband told you, right? As we read this together, yeah, he told me that. So in the second comment that's on this letter to this guy, you said, as to the one to the boyfriend, the part crossed out, he said he didn't do. So on the line relating to this guy, he crosses out, what do you think of her ass? So didn't that have the same, in other words, he didn't say, what do you think of her ass? But he said the rest. He admitted the first line to me. The second one, he said he only said it once and that he said it just to the boyfriend. He wasn't repeating it to other patients. That's the whole of the story that I know. Okay, that's what your husband told you, right? But did your husband sometimes lie to you? On a regular basis? No. Oh, yeah, okay. Then it is also claims in the next page, that there was this intentional disclosure of a patient's confidential medical record. My husband completely disagreed with that. That's why there's no lawsuit against us, and there was nothing ever filed against Chiropractic Board. Well, isn't it true that you settled with this person? No, but you called it a settlement. For us, it was a refund of everything they paid. So after this letter was sent, your husband, your business that you were running together in Texas sent money to this person. Is that right? Yes, she asked for a refund. When we talked to him over the phone, according to my husband, he had care plans that were anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000, $2,000 to $6,000. And depending on how many patients wanted to be seen, she had a year care plan with us. We refunded every bit of her money to her, to my recollection. Okay. Maybe I could help you with your recollection. Okay. You say it wasn't a settlement, and you described what you think the settlement was. So I'm going to show you another exhibit, and this is exhibit. So did you help your husband in drafting this settlement communication? I don't remember this. Okay. You see that this is entitled as a settlement communication, right? Yes, I see that. So settlement wasn't my words, right? It's words of your husband in a letter to the lawyer, right? Okay, well, you can call it a settlement. And well, no, let me ask you about the letter. I was talking about that's okay. It indicates that I offer in parentheses a settlement in parentheses in the amount of $2,900. Do you see that? Okay. Right? Is that right? Okay. Is that what you remember Drake Chiropractic, your husband, your family business, sending to this person to pay for what your husband did with regard to Jennifer Smith? I remember it was a couple $1,000s. In my mind, I remember thinking it lined up with what she paid, so we can call it a settlement. That's fine. Okay. And so according to this letter, your husband offered a quote unquote a settlement in the amount of $2,990 in return for withdrawing any and all allegations against Drake Chiropractic of Austin or me personally, end quote. Right? Okay. Is that right? Is that what it says? Yes. So yes, that is what it says. Is that what you understood happened, Ms. Drake? Yes, we gave her money. Yes, obviously. We weren't sued. And there was nothing put against us. And again, we have this ongoing theme, it appears, in this letter of your business being in some financial circumstances. The third sentence says, quote unquote, as our corporate and personal positions are both in debt to keep the business running, this amount represents all that I can afford in cash. Is that right? End quote. Yes. And according to the letter, the amount reflects what Mrs. Smith previously paid to Drake Chiropractic for chiropractic services. Is that right? Paragraph before the one I just read, or sorry, sentence before the one I just read, right? Yes. It also says nothing in this response should be deemed an admission of any kind, and all allegations against me are disputed. So there was that too. Sure. There was a settlement, right? Sure, there was a settlement, right? Objection, argumentative. She's already testified. Well, no, she testified that there was no settlement, that there was a refund. She said, if you want to call it a settlement, you can. Okay. If you want to argue with her about semantics, fine, but she's already testified. I just want Mrs. Drake to tell the truth, is what I really want. No, that isn't what's happening here, but go ahead and ask her your questions. Okay, so in coming up with the language for this letter, you're saying you had no role in this, right? I don't remember this letter. And I thought you testified before. I want to clarify, you had no role in accomplishing this settlement or the language that's contained in this letter. If I say I don't remember this letter, then I certainly wouldn't remember drafting the letter or having any role in drafting it, right? I don't remember having any role in drafting this letter. Okay. Well, let me show you another email. This is marked exhibit. I'm having green tea and it tastes so good. Ready? What's this say? Oh, yeah. This email is dated September 14th of 2010. So that'd be after the July letter, right? Yeah. And this one's from David, right? Yep. And the email comes from drbdrake@yahoo.com. Is that right? Yes. So is that so the same business email in Texas? That was it. Yes. One quick question about that. Did you have access to that business email in Texas? Yeah, I had access if I wanted to. You were the office manager, right? Uh-huh. And if you could please answer yes or no. Yes. And as the business manager, then did you get involved in an occasion on behalf of the business through emails, right? No, that was his personal business email. I next to never got on it. That wasn't the actual email to the practice. So as the manager, I only got onto Drake Chiropractic of Austin email. Do you remember, did you and Brian have to hire attorneys to help, you with this response to this attorney? I'm going to object to any further questions on this. It's evident that it's client-attorney communication. Well, I'm not asking her about this email right now. I'm asking her whether she hired an attorney. Well, what's the relevance in that? To know whether this is an attorney-client privilege communication? Well, it's obvious on its face because it's signed by an attorney. We can look them up. Yes, I think we should. They're in Austin, Texas. And I want to know if they were her attorneys for this. Goodness, look at this. They must have been my husband's attorney. Okay. You don't recall hiring an attorney? I don't recall. With what he did with this looks like I don't know anything about this. It even says that I understand she's not in the case. You do, what is this? Oh my God, I don't even know about this. Okay. Because if Brian Drake would have showed client attorney information to a third party, it null and voids any client attorney privilege. So, as I was saying, well, so I'm going to show you another exhibit here. So this is, I'll just tell you, this is obviously quite cryptic emails. It's taken from the server from ISP when they pulled all your emails. So you kind of have to de-read it just to help you with it. I'll just tell you, it jumps in chronological order, but we're going to start with the beginning here, the first page. This is September 7th of 2010. Yes. And it looks like it's from your personal email, drakefam6@gmail.com, right? Yes. So this is from the criminal discovery and the murder of Brian Drake that was provided to from Idaho State Police to Jennifer Drake through a information request, okay, which is during a homicide investigation. Idaho State Police is passing out the discovery of an unsolved homicide, an open case. Okay, and then this was your Brian and Jennifer Drake email addresses, right? Yes. And then this is the communication with this attorney, Kevin, on or around September 7th of 2010. Is that right? Yes. And there appear to be communications between the Drake fam of 6, which you said is your personal email address. Is that correct? And Kevin. Okay. Do you recall that this was the back and forth between you and Kevin on a settlement language? No. You don't recall this? No. So what's reflected in here, you're saying you had no access to or participation in. That's not what I said. Okay. I said, I don't recall it. Okay, well, would you take a look at it and tell me if it helps you to remember? I don't quite see what I'm reading. I know it's cryptic, but you can look at let's go back to the last page of it, which is really page 3. Okay. You see, there's a September 7, 2010 email. Subject is the 4th revised settlement agreement attached. 4th revised settlement agreement attached. Isn't that what it says? Okay. It's from Kevin to the Brian and Jennifer Drake email address, right? Is that right? Okay. That you had access to. Yes. Right. And it's addressed to Jennifer, right? Yes, it is. And it says, okay, I'm sorry about that. I completely missed that. Here is a revision, right? End quote. Yes. And that's from Kevin, right? Yes. So what's happening there, you must remember, was him getting back to you about revisions you sent to him to make to the settlement agreement, right? What? Okay, I don't know. That's not what it's saying. It's just saying it's sending us a revision to the two of us and it's addressed to me. I don't know what your question is. Oh, so my question is, why is Kevin communicating with you if you didn't have any role in the settlement? Oh, is that what you're asking me? I've already told you, I don't recall dealing with this settlement. So just because he's addressing something to me does not mean that I wrote that settlement. But you do have some recollection of there being the settlement discussion and settlement. I remember the discussion because I remember the problem. Now it's a problem. I remember discussing it with my husband. I never met the guy. I never had a phone call with the guy. I don't ever remember emailing the guy. I don't know what else you want from me. Okay. So what I'm just trying to understand is it how it is you engage in this settlement discussion with Kevin, but have no recollection of it? Okay. So do you have an explanation why you don't remember this? Yes. Okay. Well, what is it? It was 14 years ago. Okay. Was it not a significant event in your life that your husband had to pay a settlement to a patient he made those comments about? I thought it was stupid and unfortunate, but I don't live in that. We moved through it and we learned through it. Never happened again. Thankfully, we grew from it. Never happened again. Okay. All right. You mentioned that one of the things you might consider as professional misconduct is your husband taking photographs of patients without their consent. I do not know of photographs, plural. I know of one photograph. Oh my God, here's again. One check, one photograph, one time being abused, one time this, one. Okay, and I don't know whether it was consent or not. I don't think it was. Okay, and where did this happen? It was in the chiropractic office. Where? In Austin. What patient? I don't know who she was. How do you know that he took a photograph of a patient without her consent? Because I remember seeing it on the phone and asking him about it. When did you ask him about it? Shortly after it happened. It was not an inappropriate photo. She was fully clothed. It was not sexual. It was just a photo of a patient on his phone. A photo of the patient's backside, right? She was laying. It was not just her backside. She was laying on the whole table. It was the office with her on the table, which, I mean, we've had plenty of them with patients' consent because we use it for advertising and marketing. But I remember questioning him about it. I do not know who the patient was. I have no clue. Do you recall that you told the police that you don't remember ever giving a settlement to Jennifer Smith? I do remember that because it wasn't a settlement. Okay. To me, a settlement means we were in court and we were court ordered to give a settlement. So did you tell the police we didn't give her a settlement, but we gave her a refund? I do remember telling Mike, she's referring to Detective Van Leuven, she calls him Mike, that yes, we gave her money. And I'm the one who brought it in the paperwork of my own accord, as I remember it. And I went and sought out the paperwork and brought it into him. Okay. I'm going to play you a clip from your interview with police. We've had this screen up, not to distract you. It's these beautiful pictures of pumpkins. Anyways, plays it. Okay. You're saying that you told the police that you gave her a refund, right? There's further down that I said I brought in the paperwork. Maybe it was different testimony. I brought in this, actually just have, I don't, okay. I'm the one who brought it in from my stuff and said, this is the woman you're talking about. This is the woman I told them about. Okay. The only one I could remember, and I said it wasn't a settlement, it was a refund that I remember. The only one I could remember of all the times it's happened. Okay. I always remembered that the amount, what she asked, that's why the 29.20 or 29.90 on the top of whatever it was an odd number, because it was like the amount that she paid. So she was asking for a refund. And I remember that's what Brian, when I said, where is this going? And he's like, she's asked for a refund of all of her money. So in my mind, it's always just thought of a woman wanted her money back and she moved on. End of story. Okay. And when the police asked you what happened in Texas, you said, oh, which part? That response implies that there were many parts. The police didn't follow up with that, though, did they? So I'm going to. Van Leuven didn't do his job, but I'm going to do it. What other parts were there? What do you mean, Austin, Texas? What happened in Texas was the question. And you said which part? And what are you asking me? Well, were there significant events that you experienced, traumatic events that you experienced in Texas? According to, for what? For women? I mean, according to you. I know, but are you talking about along the lines of women? And I don't know. That's a really wide funnel. Okay, fair enough. Well, we'll just try to hone in on that. Were there other instances involving women? And my word was vague. And when I said instances, so what does incident in your mind mean when you say that there was no incidences involving women? It means every bit of the stress that I had talked about before. Which part? Having 4 children in 5 years, running a practice that was so busy that it stressed us to the hilts, ups and downs of owning a business, having no family to help. Which part? Okay, get it. For us, we call 2008 the trenches. It was just a hard year. Okay. The economy crashed. You say 2008, the trenches. Okay, we're talking about 2010 letter. Why do you keep saying 2008? 2008 is when we struggled because I was pregnant with my 4th child. My 4th child, not ours, but mine. Okay. And so it was just hard because I was tired. I had a hard time helping him. We were trying to run the business together. So it was just, and the economy crashed. Okay. So it was just kind of the start of our business slowing down. It was a harder year out of all of the years. It was the culmination of stress, but there were other years that were hard too, right? Oh yeah. Okay. So I'd like you to just tell us, how did you feel about your husband making those comments about Jennifer Smith? I thought it was inappropriate. It wasn't, it was just dumb. Okay. But it was funny? No. Because she starts laughing. No, I just think of how stupid it was. Like, who does that? Not funny in the scheme of like things of like what you're trying to trap me with. Oh, I'm not trying to trap you with anything. Well, you are. But it's the worst of what I had to deal with of anything with another woman. So it was stupid. And even at the time, I was like, why would you say something like that? Like, that's just so wrong. But again, our marriage didn't land on a statement. I love my husband very much, and he loved me very much, and I never questioned that. Okay, well, we're going to play you another clip and ask you some questions about that. This is from March 26, 2020, your interview with Idaho State Police. So you heard in that exchange, you referenced your husband said something completely inappropriate, and then Van Leuven said to you, "Is this the swinging thing?" The swinging thing. I'm all in. Let's talk about the swingers. I love the swingers. I'm hoping Jennifer Drake takes me out with a couple of that million that she wins today. You know, I'll even pay for the dinner. Fuck it. You said, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so tell me about the swinging thing. Oh, it was nothing. It was a comment between a friend and ours. It was the same kind of thing. Like but they were friends. He mentioned something about, oh, are you swingers? That's it. That's the entire answer to the swinging thing. When was that statement made? I don't know. In one of the 10 years that we were there? To whom was it made? I don't remember her name. She was literally, they were a patient friend of ours. A patient. So he said that to a patient of his, but they were friends of ours. So think of Eldora Gacci. My question is, was she a patient of his? Yes, I think she was. Either she or her husband. Okay. Was it distressing to you to have to pay money back to a patient for your husband's inappropriate comments? Well, I wasn't happy about it, but again, we learned from it and we moved on. We never made it an issue in our marriage. Once we moved on from it, it was over. All right. So the swinging thing was in Texas, mind you. All right. And you belonged to a church community in Austin. Is that right? We did. What church? Austin Stone Community Church. Describe the church. How many members of the congregation, approximately, when you attended? Oh, there's a couple thousand. We would call it a close-knit community, or not really. We were there when the church started, so we were there when it was very little and grew. So we had a core of very close people. How would you describe your relationship with that core of people? Very close friends. Can you give me some of the names of your close friends from the church in Texas? Blank. Just one name. You said we were very close friends, so I assume both your friends. You have different friends. Is that what you're saying? No. Do you want the couples? I didn't know if you wanted his friends or mine. Well, yeah, your friends of yours and his. Okay, so the Carters, the Barretts, the Nunleys. Okay. Oh, and Elizabeth. Elizabeth and her husband, I forget their names. Oh, anybody else? We have a lot of friends. I don't know how far you want me to go. Well, you said kind of a core group. Is that you pretty much named the core group of friends? He had some friends that I didn't have, and I had some friends he didn't have. So, you want me to go separately? I think that's good enough for right now. So were any of the members of your church community also patients of your husband's? Yes. How many approximately? Do you remember? Of the church? Yeah. Oh, I don't know. It changed over the years, very much so. There would be people who would see him for a year and then drop off, but there'd be people that and then came on. So that's really hard to say. I don't know how to answer that. Oh, so what you're saying here, Jennifer, is that people come and leave chiropractors, they come and go. Nobody's stealing patients though, right? If someone just leaves you for a little bit. I mean, some people wouldn't see you for like months. So you mean like ongoing for a span of 5 years? Do you mean every month that would come in? Well, let me just follow up on that for a second. You said some people wouldn't see you for months. Was that kind of the nature of the chiropractic business? See, I already knew where this was headed. That sometimes people would just need an adjustment and sometimes they wouldn't for months? Totally. Hook, line, and sinker. Totally. Depends on the person. Some people would be seen every week for 7 years. Some people would come in and see you once a year. Exactly. Okay. So you have quite a gap. Okay. And was Jennifer Smith a member of your church? No. Did you learn that your husband had an extramarital affair or sex with a member of your church in Austin? No. Did you learn that your husband had sex with a patient of his in Austin? No. Someone within your core knit church community? No. My husband has never had an affair on me. Okay. Well, your sister Emily, are you close with her? Very, very close with her. And you said she never lived with you and Brian in the past. No, she lived with me before I married Brian. I see. So is it your sister somebody you trust? I used to. A little bit more judgment on these things now these days. Why? Because she took a rumor and she fed it to you, which is why causing you to actually question me about the morals of my husband. That's why. Oh, okay. What rumor was that? That my husband had an affair. Okay, so she's someone you don't trust anymore. No, I still trust her. Just I'm very careful. Would you describe her as a liar? No, but she is somebody who will repeat rumors. So before you left Texas, would you confide in your sister about what was going on in your life? Did she ever come and stay with you when you were living in Texas? I think she came one time in 10 years. Remember? One. So you talked about this. You referenced this rumor that I'm trying to use against you, right? How do you know about what your sister told the police? Oh, shit. I just got caught. How do you know about what your sister told the police? Because she told me. Oh, okay. Did you listen to what she said to the police? Yes. So you listened to that recording as well? Because just before you just told me that you only listened to your recording. Yes. So what other recordings did you listen to? Because when I asked you in the beginning, you said you only listened to what you said. No, that was like 2.5 years ago. I haven't listened to her recording in years. Wait, no, now she's admitting that she's had this recording for years. Oh my God, is she? I mean, Jill Bolton, baby! When did you listen to that recording? You asked me. For the first time. Well, let her answer. Go ahead. What was the question? When did you listen to the recording of your sister, Emily, told the police for the first time? About 1.5 years ago to 2 years ago. It was about a year after Brian died. Do the math. In order for her to be able to listen to something, what she wants to say, a year after Brian died, 2021, okay? What if the FOIA request that the lawyers did was after that? Then how would she have listened to it? She wouldn't have got it from her attorneys then, right? She would have had to get it a different way, right? Miss Potts, baby, look at you. Are you loving this? Are you driving around and you're like, fuck yeah, Lana, give me the tea? Fuck, is that a goat? It's a goat. Thank you there. How did you get access to that statement? I asked the police for it. Actually, I may have asked you for it. Who are you referring to? I may have asked Katie for it. I don't remember. Have the police given you directly any evidence that you acquired in the course of their investigation of your husband's death? They've given me audio. Boom. Fucking boom. The police gave her audio. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Where you at, Dateline? They gave me audio, a file of those. It was either from them or from my lawyers. Can you repeat that, says the court reporter. Court reporter's choking. Oh, shit. They gave me a file. It was either from them or my lawyers. I have a file, some testimonies and some, I don't know what evidence. The same thing you were talking about at the beginning of the morning that I said I have not looked at. It's a file. I don't know what's on it except for the fact that I had gone through some of the testimonies, and that is it. And when you say the testimonies, you mean the interviews with police, right? Yes, sorry, some of the interviews. What other interviews did you listen to? Just my family and myself. Brian's family. Why was she interested in what Brian's family had to say? About that gun? It's about those guns? Were you interested in knowing if they coughed up about this gun right here? 3 guns? Can you name the people that you are referring to? My family? The people whose interviews with the police you listened to. Oh, Emily, Chad Drake, Johnny Drake, Jerry and Kathy Drake, and Ruthie Drake. Sounds like only one member of your family. Yes. I think there were 2. Well, Matt, her husband, I think was either with her or I don't remember if they were separate. I listened to it a long, long time ago. Okay. And were your parents ever interviewed by the police? You know, the first person that you called? My mom was in my interview, so they asked her some questions. And the first time you met with them, your mom was there, wasn't she? Yes. And when I say them, I mean the first time you met with police for an interview after your husband's death, right? Yes, but that wasn't the first interview. Got her again. But they were asking you questions, not your mom, right? Yes, but I know she answered some things too. Okay, they ever interview your dad? No. How about your sons? My sons? Uh-huh. No. How about your daughter? No. Okay. I'm going to play you a clip from the interview of Emily on March 23rd of 2020 by the Idaho State Police. Did you have any problems in your marriage when you were living in Texas other than what your sister described here? We did not have any of those problems that my sister just described there. Okay, was there any physical abuse of you or the children? Once. Again. One time again. Here we go. Swingers and the floorboards. Okay, I want you to go back to you should have it still in front of you. This exhibit, the interrogatories we gave you. There's, is this first set? And if you would turn to page 7, interrogatory number, do you see that? Yep. You were asked, were you or any of your minor children ever abused physically, emotionally, mentally, and or verbally by Brian Drake? If so, describe the abuse instance and approximate dates when such incidents occurred. You see that? What's your answer? And the answer you gave after this lengthy objection from your attorney is no. Is that right? I don't remember writing that because I remember specifically saying there was one time that Brian was. So the answer you gave in your interrogatories is not accurate. Is that correct? No, it's not. I do not remember saying no explicitly. I remember saying there was one time that my husband hit me. Well, sometimes it gets hard. It's hard to remember when you tell, change stories. But you told the police one time, you told us no as to any times. So I want to. This is the only. Miss, I'm going to object to this. Counsel, you can have your viewpoint on this, but you are not entitled to be abusive to this witness. Well, again, in quotes, well, sometimes it's hard to get to remember when you change your stories, but you told the police one time, you told us no as to any times. So I want to get to the truth. So you gave us an answer in your interrogatories that you verified as we established when we started this deposition that you told was no. Is that right? I thought that I emailed back that my husband did hit me once. Okay. I did not look at the typed to see if this was typed with a no. I remember answering that my husband did once hit me. Okay. I've been very open about that. All right. Let's talk about that one time that your husband hit you. When was that? Do you remember the year? It was before we had children. So sometime before 2000 and sometime between 2004 while he was going to college. Okay. And he was working. And how did he hit you? We were sitting in the car driving. We were having a heated conversation or discussion. I don't remember what it was about. And he reached over and he hit me with the back of his hand. That is fucking awful. Did it leave a mark? No. What did you do when that happened? He was horrified and he pulled over immediately. I didn't ask you what he did. I asked you what you did. I just sat there. I was stunned. I started crying. Okay. And what about the children? Any abuse of them whatsoever? He's never abused them, but there was one time where he held one of my children's mouths because he wouldn't stop crying, and Brian was very upset, and I walked in the room very upset, and I thought he was going to, I was alarmed that my child maybe couldn't breathe because he was holding their mouth, trying to stop them from crying or screaming. Okay, let's go ahead and play a clip for you to listen to. And here you go. So those are the two instances of abuse that you just testified about. Are those the two instances that we just discussed when I asked you if you had ever been hit or abused in any way by your husband or if he abused the children? Yes. And in your response, you said that Brian up here was a different man than the Brian in Texas. And then you say quite quickly in 2008 was horrible. So I just want to make sure I understand. Was this the kind of horrifying thing that happened in 2008, what you just described, when then you just described this abuse to them? She said that this happened before 2000. So she plays a clip from her referring to 2008. So I just want to make sure I understand, was this the kind of horrifying thing that happened to you in 2008? What you described then when you just described this abuse? Objection to the form of the question. That's a really broad question. I don't know how to answer that. Well, I'm asking you because we just played a clip and it's outlined the context for the police of the abuse. And you described, before you described the abuse, that it was that 2008 was horrible. So if you're following along, she said that this happened before they ever had kids, and it happened between 2000 and 2004. And then a clip was just played, and it was just caught in a lie that she's saying that this happened in 2008 than the time that she's talking to somebody else. And when you want to talk about motive, Dan Moore didn't have any motive. Dan Moore wasn't going through Brian's cell phone trying to break into it 48 hours before the murder. Jennifer Drake was caught with that app. So I'm just trying to understand whether what you described after you say 2008 was horrible happened in 2008. 2008 is when the start of the economy went down. So he had much more stress with the practice. She doesn't even get it yet. I was pregnant with my fourth child in 5 years. I will keep going back to the fact that in 2008 was the culmination and the start of a hard point in our lives, which every marriage has. And when I look back, it was the year to a couple years that was the hardest of my marriage. So when he hit you once very hard, was that in 2008? No, that was right when, that's the only time he's ever hit me. When he grabbed one of the children and you thought that they couldn't breathe, was that in 2008? Yeah, it was probably right around then. Okay. Because I remember, yes. I'm going to play you another clip from your March 26, 2020 interview with Idaho State Police. So when you use the term very physical in that clip, what do you mean? I mean, he had an anger. He was never physical against me. My husband was a very passive person and calm until he hit a point. And then when he got angry, he got angry. He did not abuse me. I shouldn't have said he was very physical. When I say physical, he's just a big man. And when he was angry, I just knew it. That's all. He was not abusive to me. He was verbally abusive when he got angry. He was not physically abusive to me. Let's talk about the verbal abuse. Describe that. Mostly yelling. My husband never cussed. So yelling is verbal abuse in your mind. Yeah, he would. Yeah, absolutely. So again, in the response to that interrogatory where we asked you to list any verbal, emotional, physical abuse, and you said no, that wasn't a correct answer. I am telling you, I didn't say no to that answer. I was very honest with my questions. I have told the ISP that. I have told my lawyers this. I do not remember writing this no. Okay, so verbal abuse was just yelling. It was yelling. I don't know what else. I don't know what else. You mean he didn't cuss. I don't think my kids have ever heard my husband cuss. I don't think my kids have ever heard my husband cuss. Isn't Brian their dad? That would have been my next question. I don't think my kids have ever heard my husband cuss. I'm confused. Is Brian not their father? You know? Did he yell at you and the kids? He wouldn't yell at the kids. He'd yell even if they were in the room maybe, but most of it was just it was towards me. And what kind of things would he yell at you about? It would be in the heat of a moment. It would be an argument. I don't know. It's a typical argument, whether we may be arguing about whether it's business or children or whatever marital couples argue about. Well, I'm asking you what you argued about. Which point, Jill? Well, so business, when you had trouble with finances, there would be yelling matches about that? Not every time. I'm not saying there never were. Problems with taking care of the kids that would result in yelling. It would be over the house. It would be over, I don't know. I don't even know how to give you an example. Maybe can you just describe, I mean, as I understand it from what you've obviously discussed a great deal about your life with police, but you stayed home and you raised 4 children. Is that right? Yes. And or I'd take them to the practice with me. And your husband was the primary breadwinner. If he didn't work, you guys didn't have a paycheck, right? Yes. So did you become quite dependent on him to earn a living? Is that fair to say? Of course. You didn't have any independent source of wealth, did you? No. Come to find out, they Airbnb'd their home. Did you have to rely on anyone else to help support you over the course of your time when you were raising 4 kids? No. All right, I'm going to play you another clip. And in this was from March 23rd, 2020, when you were interviewed by police. Or I'm sorry, when your sister was interviewed by the police. So with regard to what we just heard, your sister tells the police, do you recall ever telling your husband, if you continue this abuse of my kids, I'm going to leave you, or anything to that effect? I don't remember telling him I was going to leave him. I remember saying if he didn't calm his temper, I'd call the police. Okay. Emily, your sister describes instances of abuse that you've not described. Did you maybe not remember those instances of abuse? There's no way. I don't remember that with my child at all. There's no way my husband smacked Brenner across the face and I wouldn't remember it. There is no way on God's green earth. That would happen and I didn't remember? Okay. Have you ever sought any mental health care treatment? No. In the course of your life, I did after Brian died once. What do you mean once? Whew. I went to one person. I went maybe 2 or 3 times. That was it. Who did you go to? I don't remember their name. I'd have to look it up on my phone. Have you done anything to educate yourself about the mental distress that may have been caused by your relationship with your husband and or his death? No. Wait, what? Have I looked up paperwork? No. What I'm wondering is whether you've done anything to educate yourself or sought assistance or help relating to how the relationship with your husband that you experienced when he was alive and or his death may have impacted you psychologically. Have you ever considered getting assistance to process the trauma related to your husband's death? That's why I sought a counselor after he died. And you say you saw that person 2 or 3 times? Yeah. You're not sure how many times. It was either 2 or 3 for 1-hour sessions. Yes, I think so. Have you ever submitted to any psychological evaluations? No. My husband and I had an amazing relationship. An amazing relationship. I didn't ask you about your relationship. I asked you if you ever had a psychological evaluation. You're inferring that I had psychological. Please don't try to. Problems. Guess what I'm trying to get at. No, just answer the question. What is the question? Have you ever had a psychological evaluation? No. Have you ever sought any help for domestic violence providers, assistance? No. What they often call victim advocates? No, we didn't have a need for it. Okay, the way she described it here, Emily was interviewed again by the police, March 23rd of 2020, and Emily describes Brian, her husband, as super abusive to you and the kids. Is that right? That's what I heard her say. There was more than one instance of abuse, and she described that she heard you say, quote unquote, I'm not going to allow you to do this to my kids anymore, end quote. Did you say that to your husband when he abused your kids? My husband did not abuse my kids, and I do not remember saying that. Please remember that my sister came to see me once in 10 years. Right. And she describes, must have been when she came to see you that one time in 10 years that Brian Drake, your husband, held him up and slapped him along the highway. I disagree with that statement, so you don't remember. I don't recall that at all. Okay, she also describes her and your sister Rachel being upstairs, and she heard your husband shouting profanities. You guys having an argument of some sort downstairs, right? I do remember an argument while they were there. Okay, so the way she described that was accurate, what she heard. I remember we had a bad argument. I do not remember what it was about. So because you had testified before that your husband never cussed, but Emily certainly described that, he must have that day. I have very, very few recollections of my husband cussing. Okay, so you don't remember the incident that your sister just described to the police? No, not at all. Do you think maybe you suppressed these memories of these events? No. Because of the trauma? No. Do you think your sister is just lying to the police? I think my sister has a different viewpoint of a lot of things. Okay. Or memory. I can't speak for my sister. Okay, we're going to play you another clip. This is of you and one of the interviews with the police. Okay, so that was you speaking, right? Yes. Do you remember telling the police that you said that your husband, Brian Drake, had his secret wars? Can you tell us what you mean by that? He had a temper. I was very open about the fact that he had a small season where he was in pornography. Those were both things that most people didn't know about. So he had secret wars with his temper and with pornography. And if you could say yes or no, please. Yes, he did. So you said he has a small season. What do you mean by that? Or it was right about the time that I found some pornography. When? I think, if I remember right, it was right around 2008. I think it was 2008. Again, I don't hold me to dates. Okay. It was just within that season before we moved to Idaho. They moved to Idaho in 2012. It was before all the kids were born. It was right around when I was pregnant with so it had to have been 2008, 2000, I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so you mentioned that in that part of the clip from your interview with police that Brian here was a very different Brian than in Texas. Are you saying that the husband that you were with, Brian Drake in Texas, was a different man than the husband Brian Drake you were with in Idaho? He had victory over a lot of what we would call, those temperaments of vices. Okay, so what do you mean when you say temperaments? Once he removed ourselves from the stressful situations, he worked on his temper, and he, as well as we all do, he grew as human, as father, as husband, and he had very, very much a better anger. His anger issues were not anger issues near as much. So he still had anger issues occasionally? I don't even remember them up here. If he did, I remember everybody, including myself, we all know Brian as a very passive, calm person. If he did get upset, it was because somebody pushed him quite to a level. And even that, when I say that, it's not like he's throwing things. It's not like he's hitting me. It means that he would, whether it was yelling, but I remember next to none while he was here. Okay. And so what you mean by temperaments is his anger seemed to subside pretty much completely when you moved to Idaho? Yes, he was under much less stress and much more of an even keel man. Why was he under much less stress when you moved to Idaho? Because we didn't have, well, for one, I had family constantly. Very good friends here. His practice was much smaller. He didn't run a practice. He worked for someone. Our kids, the youngest was 3. I mean, starting to get off of our tolerance. So we got out of the trenches. We were getting out of the trenches. Okay. And so would you say that he ever got back into the trenches in terms of stress in his life after you moved to Idaho? Not like we were in Texas, no. But there were stressors nonetheless, right? Well, everybody has stress in their life, so yes. What kind of stress did he face in Idaho? I don't even know how to answer that. A stress of every day, whether it's going to work or disciplining the child, marriage, I don't know, just your normal, no big stresses. Okay. We just had normal. But yeah, I can't think of like a big rock stress that's like happened in the last 10 years that we were here. I can't think of anything. Okay. And the other piece, you said that the small season where he was in pornography, that ended before you left Texas. Before we left Texas, yes, that was not for very long. We dealt with it and we moved on. How did you deal with it? He was very open with a couple of his friends, and they all had an accountability group. His friend locked down his phone, so he put on a filter on his phone. We went to counseling. Okay. Did you counsel with licensed counselors or people in your church who were kind of like trained to counsel you? No, licensed counselors. Okay. Who did you go to licensed counseling with in Texas? One of them was, I don't know. I don't remember her last name. She had another guy in the practice. I don't remember his name at all. And you went in 2008? Pretty sure it was 2008. And how long did it last? The pornography? No, the counseling. With them, I don't remember. I just remember seeing her for several sessions and we didn't really like her. So we moved to the guy. And I don't remember how many times. It wasn't that long. Okay. And so just so I'm clear in understanding these issues that your husband had with pornography, what were these issues? Well, I found pornography on his iPad. I'm sorry, on his what? On his iPad. On his iPad in 2008? Yes, if I remember correctly, don't hold me to that. For the record, the iPad came out January 27th, 2010. Courtesy of Llano County. Do you need me to run that back? Well, I found pornography on his iPad. I'm sorry, on his what? On his iPad. On his iPad. In 2008? Yes, if I remember correctly. Don't hold me to dates. And then I just said, Well, January 27th, 2010 is when the iPad was introduced. And I doubt these broke asses were buying no iPads coming out the gate. Oh, sorry. Okay, but before you came to Idaho. Oh, yes. Before I came to Idaho, yes. And so how was it? When you say you found pornography, how was it you happened to upon the pornography, and why was that concerning to you? I happened upon it because I opened his iPad. And why it was concerning to me, because he was looking at another woman that was topless. Okay, so was this just pornography he got off of line? Yes. That kind of stuff? Okay, yes. So was he frequently pornography sites did you come to learn? No. And most of them were all just topless. Like, it's not like he was watching videos. These are photos, and they just were pictures that he had gotten from, I guess, a website or whatever. I know that they were just internet photos. I know. So when you say you went to counseling that you described with Tracy, his last time you don't remember, and then some other man and that you don't remember, practice in Texas, was it to address the pornography of the anger issues or both? Both. Okay, so that's all the issues that you were dealing with was pornography. Well, I mean, there were pictures of me, but that had nothing to do with pornography. Wait, were the pictures of you concerning to you that caused you to have to go to counseling? Yes. Why were the pictures of you concerning? Just because I didn't know he had some photos of me. When did you discover pictures of you? At the same time. On the iPad, that one time you opened it up? Uh-huh. And if you could say yes or no, please. Yes, I'm sorry. So sometime in 2008, when you opened up the iPad one time, you saw pictures of another woman, but also of you that were, yes. And the pictures of you, were they pictures that you knew he had taken of you? At the time, I did not know he took them. What does that mean? When I opened up the iPad, I did not know. Right, okay, that makes sense. So when you looked at them, you saw pictures of yourself that you had not consented to him taking. Yes. And so what was your response to that? Did you cause you some concern? I addressed it with him. That's not my question. I guess maybe it was my question. How did it make you feel that you found pictures of yourself that he had taken that you didn't know about? I was surprised. And so I questioned him about it. And what did you learn about him taking pictures of you that you did not know about? I don't know how to answer that question. What do you mean? What did I learn about? Well, I mean, so why did your husband have pictures of you that he did not get from you, that you did not give consent? Because he thought I was super sexy, and I took that as a compliment. Hell yeah, Jen, you are sexy. So that wasn't an issue that caused you to go to counseling. It didn't concern you, did it? I see what you just did there. That couldn't have been the problem, right? Him taking photos of you couldn't have been a problem because you had no problem with it. He took a picture of you because you're sexy. Oh, it did, because it was the pornography, and it was just the fact that my husband loved to take lots of pictures of me. What do you mean lots of pictures of you? He liked to take lots of pictures of me. I don't know how more explanatory to just make it. Lots of pictures of you naked? No, any pictures. He just loved pictures of me, whether it was the front, my face, my back, he just loved photos of me, and most of them I was fine with. A lot of them I didn't know about. I just realized that he took a lot of photos of me and I did not even know about it. Okay, did your husband, did Brian ever drug you, rendering you unconscious, and take photographs of you when you were unconscious? He did not render me unconscious. At one time, he gave me a sleeping pill. I personally went to bed of my own accord We always slept nude. I went to bed, I went to sleep of my own accord, and he did take a topless photo of me. Is that one of the photos you discovered on his iPad? Yes. In the year of 2008 when iPads didn't exist? Yes, that is the main photo that I discovered. So when I realized he took photos, you're saying you gave him you're saying he gave you a sleeping pill? Did you know that did you ask for a sleeping pill and take it knowingly? I asked for tea. Hold on. Yo, Bella, can I get some tea? Sorry, I was just asking for some tea. Hold on. Okay. Wait, what? Wait. I asked for tea. Again, I had my 5th child. She only has 4 children. Oh my God. You guys, I asked for tea. Again, I had my 4th child. I had told him I couldn't sleep. He took it upon himself to put a sleeping pill in my tea, which he handed to me at the time. I did not know that there was a sleeping pill in it. It was one of his mom's Ambiens, I think. So did that concern you? Your husband gave you a drug without you consenting to take? Yes, at the time it did. It surprised me. What did you mean by surprised you? It surprised me. You didn't expect he would drug you without your consent? I was not aware that he had actually put something in my tea. Okay, did it upset you that he did that? It upset me that he took a photo I didn't know about. But it didn't upset you that he drugged you. It was a sleeping pill. At the time, I understood why he did it. I don't believe that he had any nefarious reasons for doing what he did. Well, wasn't one of the things he did after he drugged you and you went to sleep or were not conscious is take photographs of your naked body? That was not the purpose for why he gave me the Ambien. This will be coming to a close here. Hold on. I wanted to keep this right around 2 hours and I went to 3. Whoops. Okay. Where was I? Well, wasn't one of the things that was not the purpose for why he gave me the Ambien. It's how do you know what his purpose was? Because he told me. Because we had plenty of discussions about this, and I believe him that he did it to begin with to help me sleep. Now, what he did after that was very surprising, and yes, I had issues with it, and yes, we dealt with it. Oh yeah, that tea. Did you involve did you tell your family that your husband had done this to you? Not my family, no. Did you tell his family? I realized it when I was talking to my sister-in-law. What do you mean you realized it when you were talking to your sister-in-law? She had mentioned to me over the phone that her mom was missing some pills, some sleeping pills, and I kind of put 2 and 2 together. Walk us through that. That 2 and 2 did you put together? I had seen the photo and didn't understand where the photo came from. And then when she said her mom was missing some sleeping pills, then I realized, I wonder if my husband had used one of those because I had been asleep so much. I didn't realize that he had taken a photo of me. So then when I asked her about this, and then I started to state that I saw this photo of myself and at the same time also found the porn. She said, why don't my parents and I come and meet with you and let's address it with him? So they came over that night and we addressed it. Wait, excuse me? So how was it addressed with his family? We all sat in a room and we asked him about it. So you didn't talk with him alone before you brought his family in? Nope. So is this kind of like an intervention with his family? If you want to call it that, sounds great. You wanted him to know how serious you felt betrayed? No, I just wanted them to be there with me to help me figure out what we were going to do. Jennifer Drake, you have the Drake family. You had them bamboozled since day one. Well, the key words that I saw there was that there was pills missing, not just one. So how many did he give you? So you wanted him to know how seriously you felt betrayed. No, I just wanted them to be there with me to help me figure out what do we do? What do we do? Why did you think you needed his family with you to help you figure out what to do? Because I had 4 toddlers and we were in the middle of a lot of stress and I didn't know what to do. So did that help you figure out what to do? Yes. And what was that? He fully admitted everything. What did he admit? He admitted to taking the photo. He admitted to putting the pill in the tea. Putting what in the tea? The pill. Okay. And he admitted to the pornography on his iPad. The iPad that's not even there yet. Okay. Okay, so just so I'm clear, I just want to understand because we talked about the pornography before, and you said you had conversations with your husband, but was the first time you brought it up with your husband, you're concerned about his pornography and the photo of when his family was present. Yes. Okay, why didn't you tell your family about this? Again, I lived in Texas. I did not visit them much. They weren't a part of our world much. Were you embarrassed by what your husband had done to you? Well, that's just not a conversation I have with just anybody. Like, that's not a conversation I have with 99.9% of the world until today. Sure, makes sense, but nobody in your family that you were close enough to talk about this incident? No. There's people I'm close enough, but at the time, no, I did not talk to anyone about it. Have you talked to anybody about it in your family since then? About this? Yeah, since the event, yes. No. Did you enter into some sort of separation from your husband after this event? Yes. They were separated. She forgot to tell the police about that. Yes, our counselor recommended that we just for about 3 or 4 weeks. No, it wasn't even that long. He was to come by the house every day to see the kids, but it was a separation for no reason other than to give each other us time to have a little counseling and come back together. It was never a separation with the goal of separating. The goal was always come back together after we crossed this hurdle. So who stayed where when you separated? My husband went and stayed with a good friend of ours, and I stayed home with the kids. Okay, so was one of the people that was present when you had been, I don't know, at the time period, you kind of have this family intervention with his family. Was that Ruth Ann Taylor? Yes. She was your sister-in-law, right? Brian's sister? Yes. Was she living down in the area near you guys at the time? No. She lives in Minneapolis. So she lives, up north again. So, but she would come down. Maybe at the time she was with my in-laws. She would come down to my in-laws a lot in Houston. Nevertheless, she was there when the family came on and you all met and talked about that, right? She said that they came down that day. She drove in from Minneapolis that day. This is all lies. I'm amazed Lana got the pics of Jen trying to get Brian's phone open just 48 hours before he was murdered. Jen probably crapped her pants. For sure. Ready for this? Okay, who else from his family was there? His parents. Anybody else? No. I'm going to play you a clip from Ruth Ann Taylor's interview and just ask you a couple of questions about it. She's like, oh God, here we go. Okay. So there's a couple of things she said in there that I just want to ask you about. So did you separate, as I think you said this already, but I just want to double check. You separated because the counselor suggested a separation. Yes. And had you found items on his phone or in his emails as well? I don't remember that. I just remember them on his iPad. I don't remember whether it was an email or whether it was the internet. Was there more than one time that you separated from your husband? No. And I think her timeline is wrong because we separated after this happened. So we never had a separation before this. Okay. Well, did the counselor recommend this intervention? No. So I just want to make sure I have the timing straight. So you had kind of I keep calling it this intervention that maybe not be your term, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Yes. You have this intervention with his family about the picture you found on his iPad. Yes. And then you went to counseling, or you went to counseling after, or sorry, before, when? We must have had this counseling. Those two, I want to say that was before this. Had to have been. The counseling was before you found the photos? The counseling before I found the photos. And then after that, he saw a different counselor. You ready? Okay, so were you with the counselor in session when you found the photos? No. What I'm getting at is, as you can probably tell, is I'm trying to understand, how did the recommendation come from the counselor unless it was related to these pictures, unless you already are in counseling with them? No, that's not what I mean. The counseling, we got counseling right after that. And the counselor at the time said we should have a separation. This is all just like she's just getting caught in lie after lie after lie. Okay, all right. Was there any counseling, or kind of whether it's with a licensed counselor or other like Christian counselors from your church after this 2008 year? Yes, there was another counselor, but wait. I don't remember. You don't remember. Wait. There was wait, what are you asking me? So I know that we're going back and trying to pinpoint memory and significant events. Yeah. So I'm just trying to get a timeline here. You said in 2008, it was a bad year. This is when you found the photos. Yes. And you went to counseling. And what I'm trying to understand is, did you, and then you had a separation sometime in that period, I think we've said, right? Yes. So did you then have to enter into counseling again later after 2008? Yes. Well, it was right then. Yes, not after 2008. That was like our last counselor was in 2008. And it was a different counselor. It was not a friend. It was okay, in 2008, yes. Okay, but you didn't go to any licensed counselors after 2008, right? Well, we went to him for a while, so I think it was off and on through 2008 through 2009. Again, don't hold me to these time frames. I know it's like between 2008, 2009, or possibly 2010. We saw a counselor during that time. Did you meet with people in your church who counseled you? No, I didn't. I know Brian had some good godly men who, they had gone through some things with P as well. I mean, even our preacher preached on it. It's very common, apparently. And so they held each other accountable and talked through some of that. Brian was very, very open with two of his friends that were good, godly leaders, and they admonished him, and he took it well, and he did whatever was asked of him. When you say who do you mean? Who? Carter, Barrett. I told you his good friends were Matt and Dave. So you mean Brian Drake, your husband, did whatever they told him? Yes, whatever advice they gave him. And, they would meet on a regular basis. They would actually hold each other accountable. And we worked through it. We worked through it. And when we worked through that, we worked through everything else, that marriage. It was a good thing for us. And I just want to make sure I understand. The end of the problems with P And this issue of being drugged was pretty much over in 2008. Yes, through that year, we never had that problem again. Once we addressed this and dealt with it, I don't ever remember bringing those into any issues. Okay, I'm going to hand you another exhibit. So this is an email from 2010. And looks like it's from Scott. Looks like it's your husband. Yes, that's what it says. And you know, the topic of that email, the subject line is opening statement, BD. Do you know what that was? Can you give us any context on what this communication was about? I have no idea. This is Brian's email. Okay, let's work. It looks like Brian sent it to her, SEC. Those are the initials for Scott Campbell. Wouldn't you say that? Do you think? It must be. I don't know. It looks like they're discussing there's a few changes in whatever this opening statement is. Some of the below information came from who's Troy? Through Jen. Who's Troy Campbell? We've talked about her earlier. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just reading this. Troy through Jen is a reference. So were you meeting with some Troy woman? I never met with anybody. I don't know what you mean by that. I had friends who I would sit and have coffee with. Okay. But I did not officially have anybody that I had met with over these issues. Okay. Were you involved in some kind of covenant Bible study? No. Okay. So if you go to the next page, oh, my husband was, I was not. Okay. So when you go to the next page, it talks about how they're going to open with prayer. And this is in essence, what appears to be a summary that Scott gave to your husband. Okay. And if you go down, there's kind of like several sentences, but the first kind of full paragraph there, which is about 5 lines down into the second page, indicates, in quotes, BD has struggled many years with enslavement to pornography, poor impulse control, anger, deceitfulness, and probably most distressing to his wife, enslavement to intimate digital images of his wife obtained without her knowledge or consent, end quote. So this is a summary that was written in 2010. So I just want to make sure I understand. You said in 2008, and it was all better after that. Did you maybe not remember that this continued? When I say 2008, I said this several times. Don't put me to that date. Okay. That's what I'm trying to. I am saying we had a segment of time that we dealt with this. It lasted I'd say even lasted maybe a year. You would be fine. I'm saying we had a segment of time when we were in counseling, whether it was 2008 to 2010, that we dealt with this. I could tell you wholeheartedly that when we left Texas, this was never a problem again. Okay, and we'll get to that. But I want to ask you a question about this specific paragraph here. This suggests that there was enslavement to pornography, and most distressing to you, enslavement to intimate digital images, plural, of you obtained without your knowledge of consent. So was that the enslavement that most distressing thing to you still going on in 2010? So enslavement is his word. That seems really traumatic. Was that still going on in 2010? I don't remember what year. Okay. I just said between 2008 and 2010. I need you to give me some grace here. I understand that. Sure, I get it. The reason is I'm trying to get really specific about after you found the images on his iPad in 2008, and you said that there was nothing after that. When I say nothing after that, I'm talking about when we got victory over it. We did not have one day, and then this was over. This was something that I found, and then I would find again, and I would find again. But they were things that I found that had all happened then. So that doesn't mean that maybe I found it all. Does that make sense? Maybe I saw my initial reaction and my initial what I saw, we dealt with it. And then a week later or a month later, or whatever it is, like I didn't see all of it. I didn't know that there was more, or it would maybe happen again. But I'm saying for this season, for the season of this time that we were dealing with this in the trenches, I'm not going to say it was a day. I'm not going to say it was a month. Even all the pictures that I saw, I don't know if those were taken in a day, in a month, or in a year. I can't even say. I just remember that there is a season of our life that we dealt with this. We worked through it. We got victory and we moved on. When you say we got victory, what do you mean? What does victory mean? Victory means we put it under the, we tried to work through it. It doesn't mean that, excuse me, I'm sorry. It means that if it was a problem, Brian came to a healthy place to be able to resist it. That's what I mean by victory. Be able to resist taking covert. Let me finish the question, please. When you say he was able to resist it, able to resist taking covert digital images of you without your knowledge or consent, he was able to overcome that. When you got victory in this season, that was 2008 until I don't know when it ended, but we just got to a place where I felt safe with my husband. I did not have to worry about these things. There was a place where I didn't see them anymore from that point on. I don't know how to explain that without giving you dates. Well, I'll ask you some questions so maybe we can get to the bottom of that. So victory over it was you got to a place where you felt safe. Wrong choice of words. A place to where I didn't worry whether or not he was taking a photo. You didn't care anymore, or you just believed he wasn't? I believed he wasn't. Okay, did you stop looking? No. I had all his passwords. I could look at his stuff anytime I wanted. I was on his things often. So from this season you described about what you described accomplishing a victory over it, did you continue to check in and use his passwords and look at his phone and his computer, or have you over the last 12 years or when? Sure, over the last 12 years. Yes, I was on his stuff on a regular. It's not like I was neurotic about it. I didn't ever get on because I was concerned. I would get on for other reasons. And while I was on, I never saw anything. I wasn't a helicopter to where I had to sit there and neurotically look through his things. I was not this person who was, I'm trying to think of the right word. He had no problem with me getting into any of his stuff at any time from then on. Rhonda must be behind. And what kind of stuff did you get into over the 12 years since you say you accomplished victory over this? He had an iPad. He had his phone. I had passwords to all of it. He never had a password I didn't have. Let's just give it up for Dana and Matt. Dana and Matt. Let's just give it up for Dana and motherfucking Matt, man. 48 hours before the fucking murder, this broad is neurotic and puts in 5 different passcodes into his phone, of which all get rejected. All the pictures are taken of her front face and then where she is physically standing in the location of their living room with the couch in the background at 7:55 p.m. Literally less than 48 hours before he is, right around 48 hours before. 47. He had an iPad. He had his phone. I had passwords to all of it. He never had a password I didn't have. Okay, so this email, if you go back to the fourth paragraph, accountability has been put in place since 2008 and again in 2009, both times with suggestions for radical amputation of all digital recording equipment and all digital images of his wife was unsuccessful. I'm trying to help her find the killer. That's what she asked America to do. I'm only helping her. Eldora Gatchel lied to her, and Jennifer Drake thought that Eldora Gatchel was involved, and she should have went with her instincts. I provided the tip. Now, let me repeat that. So, okay, let's look at this email. If you go back to, it's in the fourth paragraph, in quotes, accountability has been put in place in 2008 and again in 2009, both times with suggestions for radical amputation of all digital recording equipment and all digital images of his wife, and it was all unsuccessful. So again, this is January of 2010. So by 2010, this effort they use the term radical amputation, but remove these devices or ability to take photos didn't work. Rhonda's taking nothing but L's. I've never seen this before. I don't know. That's not my question. I'm asking you, did by 2010, these efforts to remove him from these devices, it didn't work, right? I am not going to have you put me on a timeline. I have now said to you over and over and over, I do not know the dates. Don't put me to say this over a certain date. I can't give you a day. I can't give you a month. I can't even give you a year. I know it was a season in our life, and you're questioning me about a document I've never seen before, so I don't know. Okay, I'm just asking you whether the content of it has any rings true to you. So this radical amputation, do you know what this means? I mean, were these devices removed from your husband, or what did you do to try to limit the use of, No, he had two friends that put filters on his phone, and they were his accountability partners. Okay, they even agreed it was not fair for the wife to be an accountability partner. I trusted these men very much. I did not helicopter my husband. They walked him through things. There is stuff between them and him that I don't even know. So if you want to pose them, please feel free to pose away. Okay. In June of 2009, it references that you asked BD's family to get involved. Does that date sound right? Don't know about the dates. Okay, I hardly remember 15 years ago. Okay, they began paying for RR. Do you know who RR is? No. Did Brian's family pay for somebody to help him? No. It says RR. Help him with what? RR, local Christian counselor considered one of the nation's top experts in sexual addiction. Yes, I actually do know what you're talking about. It was the counselor I was telling you about. Rick Reynolds. Yes, Rick. Yes, he is a licensed counselor. Yes, I remember now. Okay. Is that who you saw? Yes. You and Brian both. Yes, yep. Did Brian get diagnosed with bipolar disorder by a psychiatrist? I don't know if he was diagnosed, but he was put on meds. What? Wait. Rick Reynolds did what? Rick Reynolds was the top local Christian counselor considered one of the nation's top experts in sexual addiction? Oh my God, what is going on? I don't remember any of this. I just remembered it just helped. It helped with what? His depression. What? Okay, I don't know. So here again, I know I'm going to be trying to pinpoint you on a date, but I don't want to try to do that. This says June 2009. I told you truth will prevail. We just want the truth to come out. I can't wait for the truth to come out. Whatever it is, right? Thank you, Lana, for all that you do in this vast variety of cases. Thank you. Sure. Rhonda, Moore had more patients already and made more money than Brian ever did and saw. Brian was in debt and had hardly any patients. Could he have been jealous of? Wow, that's what they think. Where do people get this information from? Who are they listening to? Listen, I'm telling you what you guys want to know what was going to happen in that trial. I'm giving it to you. You know, Lana, what's up? You know, okay. So here I know we're okay. Yes, you talked about insinuating this radical amputation of all digital recording ability on all images of JD. So it says all images of you. They were actually removed from this device. I don't remember. Things improved and you stopped counseling. That's what it says. Is that what you remember? Yes, right. Then it indicates that about 1 month ago, so again, this email was written in January of 2010, BD, your husband's initials, admits to having purchased a new iPod, and used it to obtain recordings of you and your husband while you were intimate without your knowledge. Did you know about this? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. And he also admitted just before Christmas, sounds like 2009, that he purchased a small camera with recording ability. Did he admit that to you too as well? I don't remember. And then this is where that safe terminology comes up. And I just want to ask you about it. Late December, early January of 2009 to 2010, it says MC and SEC communicate. Both make it very clear to BD he needs to do everything in his power to make JD feel safe. Do you know what that is meant by that? Make you feel safe? Oh, thank you so much. I'm good with that. Thank you. My throat. Just a picture, just so that I knew that he wasn't taking pictures. Okay, so you would feel safe if your husband didn't have the ability to take pictures of you. Reminds me of the McAlberts, doesn't it, Yuri? Listen to this. I'm just, whoa. Oh, wow. What's up, Hella? How you doing, girl? Okay, very clear. Okay. Okay, so you would feel safe if your husband didn't have the ability to take pictures of you. Not pictures in general. He had tons of photos of me. It's just photos that I wasn't aware of. And even that changed over time. What do you mean it changed over time? I got to a place where I was okay with it. I was okay with some photos. So this is such a moving wait. Okay, it says this week, and again, this is January 10th, 2010, email. JD found compact disc with intimate images of her in BD car and also discovered BD had traded an old phone with camera broken intentionally by him as requested by Rick Reynolds. Do you remember anything about this? No. Is it true? Would you describe your husband's issue with pornography as Scott Campbell described it, enslavement? No. He said in that there's references to your husband having poor impulse control. Would you describe him having poor impulse control? I consider that having a temper. Okay. And there's a reference to anger. So is that something other than obviously poor impulse control? Is that anger what we've talked about already? Yes. Okay. How about deceitfulness? That's referenced in this email we just went over. Was your husband deceitful with you? I think that was in hiding the pictures. Okay. Were there any other images that you discovered of you that you had taken? I think he kind of touched on this, but I just want to clarify the time frame. Did you discover after the time period that the iPad in 2008, other images that he had taken of you after that you have not consented to? During that season? Okay. And what kind of images were they? Just like the first ones described? They were whether I was in the shower, getting dressed, or just, even just in the kitchen, just photos of me doing normal things. When you found kind of like the second time after the iPad, more of these photos, did that cause you concern? I mean, did it make you feel unsafe? Not unsafe. I never ever worried about my safety. So when you use the word safe, that's a different connotation. It just means I didn't want to have to be looking over my shoulder as to whether or not he was taking a photo. Why would you need to look over your shoulder? Why not just let him take photos if he sought to take photos? Well, I got to that place where we did get to a healthy place like that. What? But why you were looking over your shoulder? Because I realized he was taking photos I didn't know about. So would that cause you concern? It's why part of why we were in counseling. But what I'm trying to get at is why did that concern you in the first place? Because I just didn't want him having photos of me. Without me knowing. Call it vain. Whatever. Okay. Do you have any understanding as to why it was suggested that you simply remove the devices from your husband as opposed to, like, I don't know, work on whatever compulsion was making him take the photos? We did. I don't ever remember them taking or us, anyone taking away his devices. That's why it was part of their accountability. They put filters on each other's phones instead. So there was no removal of, like, the cameras that you found in his car? No, nothing like that. I do remember them disabling the camera on his phone. Not they, he did. He agreed. He's the one who decided to do that. But it was part of the accountability of just turning it off. Would you say that that effort to disable cameras or put filters on, as you described, was successful? Yes. Oh, meaning he didn't do it ever again? I don't know about. I mean, during that season he did, but once we were done with counseling, we quit because there was none of that problem anymore. Maybe I should put it that way. So there was no problem anymore. Oh, okay. So no covert digital images of you taken without your consent after you came to Idaho. Exactly. Oh, okay. Well, not that I'm aware of, but maybe I should put it that way. You know, you still have that exhibit in front of you. I just want to ask you, you said there was only one separation. Let's see. It references that there was a 30-day separation. So I'm just trying to, don't remember. Okay. It was just right in 2008 when you found images on the iPad. I just remember it was just with that counselor. Okay. I just remember that counselor was. So maybe it was as late as 2010 or 2009. Okay. Because it wasn't literally, I mean, like, separation. It was just a time of us getting together in order to get back together. It was just a time of us getting together in order to get back together. Okay, do you remember how old your kids were when you separated? They were toddlers. I mean, they were young. I don't remember if my daughter had even been born. I don't even know. Okay. I want to play you a little, here we go. Let's see. Okay, just on this, it was a phone. Okay. How did you perceive that? Did that cause you concern that you saw a photo of a patient on his phone? Well, it was, I mean, I could tell it was his patient. I don't remember it being a concern otherwise we would have dealt with it, but it was literally like one photo. I don't remember who it was. I know it was a lady because you couldn't see her face. She was laying down on the table face down, and it was like the whole office stab shot. I just remember that was the only time that was a question, and I didn't understand why he had taken it. Did he explain to you why he took it? I don't remember why. Did it have to do with his liking to take covert photos of people? No, because there was nobody else on there. He didn't have a problem with anybody else. I was his problem. I was his muse, apparently. Okay, let's talk about, do you remember, well, we just played that clip. That's why we and the detective kind of speaks over you, so we can't hear what you're saying. Do you remember what you said there? We could play it again, but you were talking about the photo of the patient and you said, that's why and then you didn't answer. No, I don't know what I was saying. Did you make it clear to your husband that you didn't find that acceptable, him taking photos of patients? I don't think I had to, because I questioned him on it, like, well, this is odd. Why did you have a patient of her? If I remember right, my sister and my mother-in-law were there. So it was just kind of one of those things where we moved through, but it was never an issue. Him taking a picture of anybody else was never an issue. And according to ISP, I've asked if there's something I don't know. They've never seen any photos of anybody else, so I think this is a moot point. So they were telling you. They were answering your questions. Oh, okay. So I want to play for you. But I want to ask you one question before we do. Would you say that finding pictures of yourself and your husband's various devices, pictures that were, taken without your consent, those kind of pictures, would you describe those as a trigger for you? They were at the time, yes. And tell us what that is. What is a trigger for you? It just means that if I thought he might be behind me taking a photo, I would turn around to see it. What do you mean trigger? Trigger you to do what? Oh, it didn't trigger me to do anything. It was just something that was on my mind. It was a trigger, like, if I saw him taking a photo, I'm immediately thinking, what photo are you taking when I'm doing what? So it was just concerning to you? When you said, I think he was tormented or something, what did you mean? I don't know what I meant by that. It just means he was impulsive to take my photo. That's all I meant by it. I said, it doesn't make sense, a woman. It doesn't make sense why he always took my photos. Did you not ever try to get to the bottom of what was his compulsion you described? He adores me, Jill, in every way. I'm sorry? That was the bottom of it. He adored me. Okay. In every way. He was a really, really, really great husband. And that was his way of showing love, and the way he loved photos of me to a fault. He showed his love to you by taking photos of you? That's not how he showed love. He showed love in many ways, but he loved photos of me. It's just what he did. I don't have a way of explaining it. Okay, he just did, and it's just not me. He loved his family. He had more photos than anybody has ever seen of his family. Okay, this is an email from you to your husband dated January 18th of 2010, right? Yes, sent from Drake Family of 6 email, right? Yes, sure. To Brian Drake, right? And it looks like this is when you were checking his emails, maybe. I must have been. You indicated you happened to get into his email, right? Mm-hmm. If you could answer yes or no, yes. You said that email made me so frustrated and caused me to ask you, why am I in the middle of all of this, right? You expressed frustration about his full disclosure to about 10 plus men, right? So what disclosure are we talking about? Is that the last email we just referenced, or was it something else? Remember, these were great godly men that he was talking to. I'm still reading this. I'm not sure. What is your question? My question is what full disclosure are you talking about? I don't remember, but it must have been the pictures, and maybe there's a good chance it was probably about the night that he gave me that drink. So it caused you concern that he disclosed these details to other people? That's one of the most stupid questions I've ever heard. I'm sorry. Probably because I didn't want the entire town to know everything that happened behind our closed doors. I thought that was part of the process. Your counseling is sharing with others and getting their support and involvement. No, that would be 2 people, but not the whole town. Okay. And so I don't know anybody who likes to air everything outside their doors, but it was not, they all loved us through it, and I loved him through it. You were concerned about your reputation in the community, weren't you? At that point, I think that all slowly just disappeared. So it came to a place it didn't matter. Well, when you say you were frustrated about his full disclosure, right? Is it because you were concerned of the impact it would have on your reputation? No, as you can see, if you continue reading, it was because there was a lot of things that I didn't even know. Like what? I don't know. It doesn't say in this letter, so I don't know what I'm talking about 12, 14 years ago. You don't remember what was misunderstood, misconstrued, or flat out wrong? I don't. 14 years ago, I don't know how many conversations you remember with your husband 14 years ago, but there's so many that I don't. And so you suggested that you should have your own full disclosure. What would your full disclosure be? The last sentence of the first paragraph says, I now will get to continue in this town as being the quote unquote becoming Drake bitch, because that is what is being portrayed. Does that help you to remember what was being portrayed about you? It doesn't. What does that mean, becoming Drake bitch? I don't remember even writing this, so there's that. And then you indicate, all I can say is that I am very sad and very ready to leave Austin. This is January of 2010, right? Yeah, that's what it says. You indicated that you'll now need to continue to get through this by yourself. Did you feel somewhat isolated from your husband after he made this full disclosure? I'm sure I probably did. You also, this is the last full sentence of the second paragraph. There is too much ring around the rosy, and it causes me to have to do damage control. Can you tell us what that means? Damage control? I can't. I don't remember the context of this letter. You say in quotes, which I have already had to deal with your mother and family about. So what kind of damage control did you have to deal with his mother and his family about? I don't remember. Oh, you said in quotes, or rather not deal with it and agree to let my reputation lie where it may, end quote. So where was your reputation at this point, as far as you understood? I don't remember. Did you feel it had been damaged by your husband's actions and disclosures? Oh, I'm sure there was a little bit of that. You also indicated at the end that you love him and you say, I love you and I miss you terribly. You're talking to your husband, so you miss him. Were you separated this time? I don't remember. Had you gone on some kind of trip or was away when you wrote this, or you don't remember that either? It's January of 2010. I don't remember. Okay, just to be clear though, it did cause you concern that others might know or learn about your husband taking photographs of you without your knowledge and consent. Okay, all right. Let's talk about this next email. Actually, same date, January 18, 2010 is, yeah, wow. This email is between you and your husband, right? And this is from you, right? Yeah, yep. Okay, if you look at the timestamps. If it says, it looks like the message is from, well, it's like you're responding. If you look at the timestamp, right, the one below from your husband to you is timestamped at 11:18, right? Yes. But if you go to the one above it, is a military time to make it nice and confusing, but it looks like it's 20:52, which would be at 8:52, correct? Yeah. Okay. So about 8:52 that evening, you responded to him, right? Does that look like it is accurate? Yes. So he had emailed you, it looks like maybe some scriptures at 11:18 a.m., right? And you responded, you were appreciative of him sending that. That's fair to say, right? Yes. And said at some point at the end, you said, I'd like to pick up and move across the nation where nobody knows us and start over, end quote. So at this point in time of January of 2010, you wanted to pick up and start over. Isn't that right? According to this letter, yeah. Well, do you remember having that sentiment? I don't remember this email at all. Do you remember really wanting to leave Texas around that time? I remember wanting to leave Texas. Or else we would have never left Texas. Okay. So for whatever reasons, there were a lot of reasons why we wanted to leave Texas. So it was your decision, not your husband's, to leave. No, it was 100% both of our decisions. I would have never left Texas unless he was 100% on board. Okay. I'm going to show you another email. So this is the way this reads is sometimes it happens with emails. It looks like the first email from you to your husband, Brian Drake. It's kind of like the center of the big paragraph on the page. And you see that you may, underneath it, do you see that? Sure. And that's at February 8th, right? 5:37. Yep. Yep. Okay. Do you remember visiting or getting information from a place called the Affair Recovery Center? That's the counselor we had. Okay, so you don't remember getting this email and sending it to this message and sending it to your husband by email February? No. It's the subject of it's for all. Let's see, for all hurt women only. So you don't remember sending this. Do you have any recollection of this sentiment that you had at the time that you sent this to him? No. And why would you send this to him? No, I don't even really get, what is it saying? Do you see yourself as a hurt woman? I wouldn't have used that term, no. How about a betrayed spouse? No, I was not a betrayed spouse, but my husband was dealing with a friend who had an affair with his wife and was also in counseling. So a lot of times they would talk about things. Oh, okay. So And this response, which is, we see it at the top of the paragraph, it sounds like your husband says to you, I'm trying to say this in love, but this forwarded ARC email is crap if you think it's supposed to hold water with me, end quote. So it doesn't sound like you sent that to him to help him with counsel someone else, does it? Oh, shit. I don't know why I sent this. I don't know where it's from. I don't know anything about this email. Okay. So since you filed this lawsuit in November of 2020, right? I don't know. You don't remember? We have a court record of it, I guess, but it doesn't sound right. November 2020. Sure. Less than 3 years ago. Yeah. Okay. And you did so when my client was still being prosecuted for allegedly committing the murder of your husband, Brian Drake, right? Yes. And during that, after you filed the lawsuit, or the time period you filed or were filing the lawsuit, did you create a Facebook or a Facebook page? Yes. What's it called? Justice for Brian Drake in the Bonners Ferry community. How did you come up with that name? Myself. When did you start that the web page? I don't remember. I'd have to go back and look. It was after Brian died. Okay, did you have any other Facebook accounts besides this one that you created whenever you created that? No. That's not true. No, is it? Did you have a family or a personal one before you opened this one? Yes. Okay, what was that account? Brian/Jennifer. Have you made posts or published comments in that Justice for Brian Drake Bonners, Yes, I have never mentioned your client by name. Have you published documents that reference my client by name? Yes, public documents. Which ones? I'd have to go back and look. And you referred to those documents and made comments about them as they related to my client, right? Yes, once again, I've never mentioned your client. Everything that I post online is true. Did you portray in those posts that your husband was a good Christian? I believe my husband was a good Christian. That's not my question. Did you portray in your post that it was a good Christian man? Yes, I would say that I did. Do you believe your husband conformed with the tenets of your religion? To the best of his ability, yes. In what way did he fall short? That's an ambiguous question. I mean, we could sit here all day if we talked about the sins of each other. I'm not going to go down the road of the sins of my husband just like everybody else. Well, you don't get to make that decision. Can you answer my question? Again, I don't know how to answer that. Do you want me to start at the top of his sins and start listing them down? Yes, please do. No. Your husband had an extramarital relationship, didn't he? No, he has not. Your husband? No, he has not ever. He never had an extramarital relationship. Your husband has had issues with pornography. Do you hope to portray to the community that there were no other reasons for anyone to have concerns about your husband other than what you've posted in your Facebook posts? I guess what I'm wondering is do you hope to garner sympathy in the community with your posts? No. Then why do you make them? I want the world to know the truth. About what? Everything. Anything that's on my heart. Your truth. Well, isn't that what everybody's Facebook page is, their own truth? At the time of your husband's death, did you receive $1 million from your life insurance payment? Shortly after his death? Around April 3rd of 2020? I don't know the date, but somewhere within a month or two. Have you ever used some of that money to engage in a public relations campaign? No, I haven't. Okay. We're going to play a little clip here. But you made reference to your husband, Brian, having his secret wars. Do you know what you meant by that? I already answered that question. Do you remember my answer? I don't. I said his pornography and his anger. Okay. And you said you wouldn't have stayed in a marriage like that. Marriage like what? With pornography and anger. Marriage that I'm not sure I get that. So it didn't change. It didn't change. It didn't change from what? In other words, a marriage that somebody is not going to work on their anger or turn away from pornography. Okay. Did you have any ability to support yourself if you had gotten a divorce when you discovered the pornography? I could have gone back to work. I had a bachelor's degree. Did you have concerns about being able to support your family if you were to divorce? I never thought about it. You seem to indicate again in that clip we had just played previously, again, if you want me to play it again, I can, but that you had said that this intense counseling and all of Brian's faults seemed to be gone after that. Is that fair? Characters? No, my husband still had faults. Okay, what kind? So our two things that really defined our hard times between our relationship in this season was pornography and anger. My husband and I got a lot of help in that area. By the time we moved up here with different circumstances, much help, things changed. We did not battle those problems anymore. Okay. Doesn't mean my husband never was angry. He was a deprived human, just like everybody else. We still had our battles, but it was different. We had grown from it. My husband had more self-control. He had grown and learned a lot, as did I. Okay, so you felt like the counseling process then that you went through was very successful. I thought it was very helpful. Okay, I want to show you an exhibit. This is a 2-page document. Do you recognize this? No. Do you recognize your own handwriting? Yes. I don't know what this is from. What is it? What's the reconnect process? I don't know. This is what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking you. Where did you get this from? This came from the records gathered by the police. Do you remember filling out this form? Was this like because you and your husband were going to do counseling at your church, or did you try to get into counseling yourselves again? We did not have any counseling since we had moved here. Okay, so this is dated March 30th of 2019. Right, hold on. Hold on with the questioning. I have no idea what this is. I need to figure out what this is. Well, this is dated March 30th, right? Yeah, of 2019. Yes. And you said that you don't know what the reconnect process is? No, I'm trying to figure out what this email came from. Okay, well, I'm not asking you that. I'm just asking you, do you know what the reconnect process is? No. Okay. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So you don't remember filling out this form just a few years ago? I do not. Well, let me take you to page 2 and ask you if this is your handwriting. Oh, no, stop. I know where this is from. Okay. This is something that we taught. We taught couples. We were helping somebody with a beta test. We were helping them put together a program to help others. Who's them? Brian and I were helping. I remember this now. Dave and Marla Schleff started a marriage program to help other people. And they asked us to be teachers. So they asked us to be the date and the beta test to sit and help people in trouble because we've gone through things. And so they were saying, put yourselves in this position of what you've learned in the past and help us to create a program that will help others. And it was one evening in their home, and that's it. Okay. And we were trying to explain and he was trying to explain to us this reconnect process, and we wanted our feedback on how to go about with these questions. He said, like, how to be better, how can you help our program? Who is he? Dave Schleff. And how do you know him? Mainly from the church, but really, he's the parents of some really good friends of ours. Okay. On the second page, it says, feel free to write more, and you wrote more, right? Uh-huh. You say in quotes, when we were in a rough place years ago, we started with a counselor who dealt with a lot with feelings, and it helped us none. End quote. It helped us none. Right. You then say we needed to get straight to the core of some issues, end quote. Right? Yeah. So that's something you wrote in March of 2019, right? Apparently. I guess what I want to just make sure I understand is whether you and, we're all human. We all have our faults, but did you encounter some serious concerns or problems with your marriage after you left Texas? No. Did you not discover any ongoing evidence of intimate images of you taken without your consent after you moved to Idaho? No. Did you consent to all images that were taken of you after you moved to Idaho? I mean, he had photos that I allowed more, videos that I allowed more. What do you mean by allowed more? Well, I told him it was okay. So like you consented as the photos were taken, or you were okay with him taking photos when he didn't know, when you didn't know? I consented to a little bit of both. We would take videos in the bedroom, and some I knew, some I didn't, or I would see later, but we came to a place that we were okay with that, and he was more open with it. And so he was more open with it. Is that what you said? Yes. He was more open with it because I was more open with it. Okay, so I'm going to show you a couple of things. I'm going to show you what I will tell you is there's a couple of videos that are sensitive. Are you about to show a sexual video of me and my husband? No. Okay. This is December 26th, 2017. Do you remember where that was taken? Uh-huh. If you can say yes or no. Yes. Okay, where was that taken? Okay, when that was taken, I said the date when I said it, 2017. I don't know the date. I just remember, where were you? At my sister's house. And where is that? In Montana. The day after Christmas. Does that sound right? The date shown? Does that sound right? It could have been last week. I don't know. I don't know. If you say 2017, it's 2017. Did you see that it was your husband that was videotaping you? Yes. What I'm saying is it could have been 10 years ago. It could have been 5. They've been in that house for a long time. I don't know what that year would have been. What the fuck? Okay, so you come in and you seemed a little perturbed because you saw he was videotaping you, right? Yes. So by 2017, he was videotaping you and it still made you upset sometimes. These aren't naked photos. I don't know. I just asked him to stop videoing it. I was in my bathrobe. What? Okay. Let's show her the April 19th of 2019. We have 2 packets here. What? So do you know anything about that video? Yes, I remember that video. Was that one that your house in Idaho? Yes, that's Post Falls. Oh my God. Stole your chat for a minute, love. Oh, good. Steal it away. Okay, so he took pictures of you to capture you. Is that what you told him? He wanted to capture you? Is that? I don't remember why he took that. I mean, usually it's just because there's, truth be told, thousands of videos in there. There's hundreds of my children, hundreds of everybody. I'm just wondering. I have no idea. Okay, Miss Drake, will you please listen? Because I'm going to ask you some questions about what you're talking about in this video. Let's start all over. Yes, we need the audio. Okay. Okay, so did you hear that? You asked your husband, what's a Mobi? M-O-B-I. Okay, did you ever find out what that was? I don't remember what a Mobi is. A Mobi is a digital camera, isn't it? I don't know. So did he share with you that video right after he took it? Truth be told, I have a lot of our videos and photos. What is she talking about? Why did you care about that? What recording devices he had if you were all okay with doing that? Lead with love. I love you. Just because we were okay doesn't mean that I didn't ever question it. And why did you question it? If he had a device I didn't know about. Yeah. Well, because he did have a season of pornography. So like we were talking about earlier, I would still look on his things. If there was an electronic device I didn't know what it was, I would ask about it. So again, in the context of the season of pornography, how is this not part of a season of pornography, that we just saw? Because that was an agreement we made between the two of us. Once we got through it, that not only did it was a lot more rigor, but we both consensually had videos of ourselves, of each other, of together, both of us. And when And when he would do ones, he said, anything I put out here, you have the ability and the pin to anything I look at or anything that I do. I would get on and I would see videos. I would see photos that were never of concern to me because we came to a place I allowed him that he could do it. Do you remember telling the Idaho State Police that you hadn't seen anything for 10 years? Oh, no. What I said was this wasn't a problem for 10 years. What I said was this isn't an issue anymore. What I said was this isn't an issue anymore. We don't end up all of these things that I don't see. I don't once since we moved here have I ended up finding something that was contentious between him and I in any pornography. And this was something we moved forward in. So it's different of our parameters, which was part of our counseling. So you came to accept that he was doing this? In some things, yes, I did. Okay, let's show you. Well, just to clarify, you knew that he had images, pornographic images, and you on his phone, right? Okay. Just so we're clear here. Okay. Did he share those images with other people? Not that I'm aware of. No, he would have never shared them with anyone else. Okay. Had you okayed him doing that? No. All right. Not to share them with anyone else. No. So did you remember a time period after you guys moved to Idaho where your husband would sometimes ask you to send you, photos of yourself? Yeah, he was in Bonner's Ferry a lot, so I did occasionally. Damn Bonner's Ferry motherfuckers. Okay, and then so again, I just want to make sure I understand. We will separate it out. Pornography, what in your mind is images of other women or people, right? Yes, not you, right? 100%. That's totally different. Okay, so images of others, you were not going to be okay with if he had images of other people, right? Correct. No. Okay, so I want to show you, what did you do to make sure he wasn't having issues then with pornography? He just had filters on his phone. What do you mean? He had an app called It Wasn't Accountable to You. It's a well-known app. I'll have to go back and look. It's an app that sends you, whether he had accountability partners. Again, I think he was still in accountability with Matt for years after he came here, Matt Carter. And if anything objectionable came up, it would be sent to his accountability partners. I had passcodes to both, or rather all three of his mobiles. He had a work phone, a regular phone, and I think it was an iPad or a Kindle or something. And I had passwords so I could get into it at any time. It was one of the counselors that said that, if at any time I asked him for his phone, he had to give it over. And it was never a problem. He never bucked that. I just want to make sure I understand what you mean by filters. And maybe you don't know exactly what it is. But the filters on your phone and accountability partners, so are you suggesting that there were filters that would send alerts to someone if he tried to access certain prohibited websites? Yes, like websites or words. It would just let them know, or it would send them a report, once a week and vice versa. Brian did it for another man as well. And they would just, that whatever they were looking at was also being held accountable to other men, and they would all hold each other accountable. So, and you don't know what the name of that filter was? I could go back and look. I know right now I use Accountable to You. It's a well-known one. If you said it, I would know it, but I'll have to go back and look. Okay, so it's like a VPN or something? No. And were you involved with any feedback from his accountability partners? Did you communicate with them? No, it was always healthy that the wife did not have to hold the husband accountable. I always had full access. I could always ask any questions I wanted. I could even ask them, but he had a good heart. His intentions was to do what was right, and I trusted him. Okay, I'm just going to show you an exhibit. The relevant portions of this so that you know. When the police do an investigation, they extract data from your text messages, right? I want to ask you about some specific questions at the end of this. If you look at now, these don't have page numbers on them, I don't think, unless there are handwritten on them. There are page numbers. Okay, so let's start from the back. This is the easiest way to go. The images that you are seeing here, are these all of you? Yes, they are. Okay, so they're not of anyone else? No. Is that right? No, these are all of me. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So, and there's a message that looks like February 1st of 2016 from, okay, whose phone is that? That's my phone. Okay, and this, did you communicate with your husband sometime over his work phone? Yes, work and private. Did you sometimes send these kind of messages over his work phone? I don't remember. Okay, I can represent to you that these were extracted by law enforcement from your husband's work phone. Okay, so February 1st of 2016. At the bottom, it says, I hope you are not succumbing to the temptation that an unprotected phone brings you, end quote. So tell me, you wrote that to your husband? It looks like I did, yes. And what was your concern at that point in 2016? Well, probably like I just told you, his secret wars. Doesn't mean that they're gone forever. I'm aware that at any time it could happen again. Okay, so you would check in periodically like you did here? Okay, and when you say, I mean, I'm probably joking, but I don't know. Okay, when you say I didn't think I was real. When you say unprotected phone, what do you mean? Like no filter, no accountability, no, you know. So did he not have accountability or filters at this point? Oh, I don't even know what I meant there. I don't know. This was in 2016. Maybe we had stopped that by then. I don't remember. It really became to where it wasn't a worry anymore. I don't know at what point we really stopped with I don't remember what the app was. I really would have to go back, but it really did become a non-issue. The whole point of this is that it's getting out the fact that you didn't have issues with this. This wasn't the problem. Okay. What was truly the problem? Would it have caused you concern if he had started going back to some of those pornography websites? Oh yeah, we'd have to go back and get some more help again. Okay. So we were at, that was page 3. I want you to flip over the next page and then another page and then another page there. Yep. You should get to date of, April 6th of 2016. It should look like my page. There's a redacted at the top there that's like this. Okay, you got it? Okay, great. So this, you made a comment to your husband in quotes, I hope you still love me when they're not that perfect, end quote. And you were talking about he was complimenting you and you made that comment back to him. Okay, right? Okay. So I want that kind of reference point. Go to the next page. Okay. In the second entry there, on that day, and it looks like it's August 11th, 2016, there's a message sent to you from your husband, right? Okay. And this is 836. Let's do DINs. Oh, wait. Wait, where was I? Oh, wait, right here. And your husband says, hint, if you don't send me your boobs today, I swear I will drive this car right into a tree. I might do it anyway. End quote. He was joking about that, I take it. Or is that how you took it? Oh, yeah, I took it as a joke. Okay. I mean, he said hint, that it was like he was hinting as a joke. He said, Then 2 entries after that, you indicate this at 7:28 a.m. It looks like I want to go on record to say how much I hate sending. You wrote book pictures, but just I think you meant to say boob pictures. Where were you? So, oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. And did you not like sending him pictures? It's not that I didn't like sending them. He just loved them. I loved making him happy. Duh. Okay. Okay, so if he wanted, I'd send. I didn't like my boobs. He did. Okay, you would tell him that I pray that someday you'll appreciate my brain and heart as much as my boobs. Yeah, because he really loved my boobs. Okay, did you wish he respected? I don't know what else to say about that. No, I think you're reading into it. Okay, so if you go past now page where we just read and to the next page, you see uh, at the top their little marker, it says porn searches. You see that? Oh, okay, yeah. I want you to just look at those entries and tell me if you knew about those searches. No. Do you recognize that those are searches for pornography? I imagine they are. Okay, it kind of says what the sites are. But a lot of the sites are named like Big Boobs and Pasties, things like that. Apparently, yes. Okay, and that goes on for 1 to about 3 pages there, right? Actually, 4 pages, right? Yes. So in 2016, your husband was still from his phone records it looks like he was looking at pornography on the web, right? According to this, yes. I want to show you another exhibit. This is, yeah. There's no photographs on this one. This is an extraction also that law enforcement did from your husband's work phone. And this is actually on March 12th, 2020, the day he was murdered. Wait, what? There's no photographs. This is an extraction also that law enforcement did from your husband's work phone. And this is actually on March 12th of 2020. Have you ever heard of a source website called xvideos.com? No. So, do you know if that's, or does this appear to you to be a website for that has videos, pornographic videos? I know nothing about this. Okay, all right. Within approximately a month before your husband died, did you know that he had Google on his phone? Yes. And was him having Google on his phone a concern to you before he died? Yeah, before he died. I don't think so. I remember there was a point there we had taken it off. I thought we put everything back on. I thought it kind of just became a non-issue. So I don't remember it, to be honest. Okay, let's move on. We talked a little bit about your communication with police and we talked about the recorded interviews, some of which we've played here today. But I wanted to ask you, were there occasions during the course of the investigation of your husband's homicide? And I suppose that would be ongoing today, right? That the homicide investigation is ongoing, right? Yes. Were there times that law enforcement has met with you and taken statements or questioned you that you were not that were not recorded that you were aware of? No. Did you have Michael Van Leuven, the detective with the Idaho State Police, who was the lead investigator on your husband's case? Did you have access to call him directly? If I wanted to, yes. Did you text him sometimes? Yes, very rarely. I think I put that all in discovery. Okay, so let's see if we can just get some time frames for that. I want to understand, are you continuing to have text messaging even to this day with him? No. When was the last time approximately when you texted Michael Van Leuven or any Idaho State police officer about your husband's case? A year and a half, maybe? Okay, it's been about a year or a year and a half. Yeah, don't quote me on that. I'd have to look at my phone, but it's been a long time. Okay, and I kind of limited it to Idaho State Police, but have you been in touch with any other law enforcement officers besides them about your husband's case since your husband died? Marty Ryan. Okay. And was he somebody you had access to text him, his phone number? Yes, I had his direct line. And when was the last time you recalled texting or talking with him on the phone? Right after the rewards campaign was put up? And okay, can you tell me about that communication with Marty Ryan? He just mentioned that I called him and asked him a question. I forgot what it was, but after he saw the news, he texted me and said, I know that was hard to do, and I'm so sorry you had to do it. End quotes. Did you send us a copy of that text message? Yes, that was all in my discovery. Okay. Yeah, so it's been about 6 months. Okay. We'll stop there. I got nothing else right here. I got a lot more, but this is all crazy. Join me on the flip side. The Moors default, and Jennifer wants 10 million. I have no idea what's going to happen. I hope Jennifer gets every penny that she is asking for. Peace out.